You're live. You're live. All right, you guys ever heard of Unit 731? Well, you're about to. I've never been copyright. Unit 731 Windy Goon. Yeah, he tells it well. Y'all ever heard of Unit 731? Japanese torture experiments during World War II? Apparently nobody survived going to this place. Crazy experiments and torture on humans and tests and all kinds of craziness. This is wild. I've listened to most of this once, but I wasn't real focused. Now I'm going to focus and listen. This is crazy. This is going to be shocking content. So yeah, if shocking content grosses you out, you may not want to hear about this, but I do. Cuz this is crazy.
Transgender.
Whoa, calm down, Google. That's a Google ad. That's Epic Times. Pronounce epic.
Wanted to remember what.
Not epic. Epic. But not epoch. Not epoch. Epic.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
What the heck is this?
When discussing humanity.
What kind of ads are these? What the heck? Both the ads were about. Oh, man. Epic TV gender transformation. See, it's like a conservative thing. But even from conservatives, I don't want to just hear about transformers all the time, you know? Let's listen to Wendigo and tell us about Unit 271. The most disturbing human experiment ever. Japanese, World War II. The time is Japanese. The place is World War II. I mean, the place is Japan. The time is. What did I just say? The time is World War II. The place is Japan. The thing. The place is Unit 731. A science lab in Japan where they do some crazy human experiments. We're going to find out about it. I'm just trying to wait a little while to get into the stream so it's not in the very beginning of the stream. And we're going to mine in Terraria. We're just going dig and dig and dig. Look at this map. This is where I am. And this is far down. I've been digging forever. Like, this is a long trek. Okay, this is not a light bit of mining here. And I ran forever to the right. And I'm still like, I don't know, I'm like 60% there to the edge this way. Haven't even gone to the edge this way. And the bottom ends here. We're not even halfway into the dirt. And there's sky territory. All right, let's learn about this unit. Unit 271. 731. 731. Let me get it on the screen for y'all. All right. Ready? Here we go.
Humanity's history and tales from our past. It's often comforting to look at those stories through a lens of superiority. After all, in the modern age, people have more information and are more connected to each other than they ever have been before. So when we look back at tragedies and atrocities that people have committed, it's easy to apply a label of ignorance and just say that they weren't in the same position that we are now, so it makes sense that they did the things they did. But regardless of any label or explanation that you could come up with, it's hard to justify the evils of Unit 731. Unit 731 was officially a public health department within Japan during World War II. Although now we know, as the years have revealed, Unit 731 was in actuality perhaps the most disturbing case of human experimentation ever. The actions that Unit 731 did for the perseverance of a country and an idea is hard to imagine any person doing for whatever selfish reason, much less the entire efforts of a military and government. So today, we're going to talk about the history and tragedy of Unit 731, as well as the incredible injustice that befell everything in the end. Now, before we get started, I just want to mention that while I am going to be careful with my language and not be too explicit with some of my words or details, the topics we're going to be broaching still relate to intense violence against women, children, prisoners of war, civilians, and all manner of executions, both standard and barbaric. And while I do think it's important to talk about these things, not only for the victims who were destroyed by this tragedy, but also so that the evils that were done by man are never forgotten lest they be repeated. And while I think all that's important, I also want to say that if you are sensitive to these topics, it's not worth your own health and mentality. So again, if this video is something that you don't want to deal with, or if some of the topics that I briefly mentioned are too intense, feel free to click off now. And also, for those who are sticking around, the video is going to be a bummer. There's not a lot of jokes or fun to be had with this one. Like I said, I think it's important to talk about, but it's just going to be sad and a lot. And I can't wait to get done filming this so that I don't have to think about it anymore, and I can just push all this trauma onto you all. Before we get into that, and it's just, you know, sad for the next half hour, however long this video is, why not do something a little quirky, a little weird right now to kind of lighten the mood a bit? Like, I don't know, maybe,
play some Terraria.
Maybe I could try to radicalize my audience. So with that out of the way, let's get into something that really matters. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. But do you know what hasn't been a disaster? Raid Shadow Legends! Raid is back and better than ever.
Yo, only Wendigoon is gonna put the first line of Industrial Society and its futures into a Raid Shadows Legends ad. Let's freaking go. This water is a problem here. We got a pool of water. We need to get around it. We gotta go around it.
Because now they're bringing...
I'll let Wendigoon's raid ad play, just as a shout out to Wendy.
The new animated limited series, Raid Call of the Arbiter. A series that you can watch for free in-game right now. The first episode is out now. It revolves around the character of Gaelic, and from the animation to the character arcs that they're building, they really use the fantasy setting for all it's worth. The series is really shaping up to be something special. New episodes will be coming out every Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time up until July the 20th, and again, it's totally free to watch with Raid Shadow Legends. Raid is also releasing behind-the-scenes and lore content on their YouTube channel.
Alright, Wendigoon, how long is the dang ad?
In-game, Gaelic, and across the board, RTAC started playing Raid.
We get it, Raid is awesome.
Expanding your interest. Thank you all. Hope you go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So the history of Japanese warfare and the Japanese government that led up to the creation of Unit 731 is pretty extensive, but I want to keep it to what's relevant to the events of World War II. To set the stage, in 1925, the Geneva Convention banned the use of biological and chemical weapons. This was done because during World War I, one of the most brutal parts of trench warfare was the use of chemical weapons. And while this treaty deterred several nations from using it altogether, not every nation was in agreement with the Geneva Convention. one of these being Imperial Japan. Now, as you're going to see in a moment, Imperial Japan was not one to shy away from brutality. And as it related to chemical and biological weapons, them being banned didn't mean they weren't going to use them, it just meant they were going to be very careful about how they used them. And during the 1930s, Japanese researchers began to dig into the possibilities of biological warfare. To make sure we're all on the same page, by biological warfare in this context, I'm referring to things like weaponizing diseases or using infections as a battle implement. The issue with this
Yeah, who would think that the Asians would do something like that? Huh.
was, or at least the issue from the Japanese government's perspective, is it's hard to
I
test
know
the feasibility
Japanese are
or
not
practicality
Chinese.
of biological weapons if you don't have a population or group of people
But
to
they're
test
very
said weapons
close.
on. Also during the 1930s, Japan
we
began
got
to
more
attack
water.
the mainland of China. At this time in history,
And they're attacking
China
China.
was really struggling
China
to
took
reach
a
the
note out
modern
of
age,
Japan's
at least
book.
technologically, and a lot of their
We're gonna go
defensive
right down
forces were
between
made
these
up
two
of small
waterways.
communities and bands of soldiers. Whereas, in opposition to them, Japan had an incredibly strong military force. So, most of the conquest of China is called a conquest because the Chinese would try to put up the best fight they could, but would just keep getting destroyed by the Japanese government at every turn. So we see all these pieces moving on the board. Japan is interested in biological and chemical warfare, and they're starting to make headway into the Chinese mainland. And again, this is all like a decade before World War II would even begin. Around this time, the Japanese Surgeon General named Shiro Ishii came forward and said that Japan needs to make headway into biological warfare because everyone could tell a war was on the horizon, and if Japan doesn't get to it first, then one of the other powers, like the United States, might beat them to it. The Japanese government being in agreement at this concept of a biological arms race, in 1932 appointed Ishii as the head of the...
I'm going to try to make some like sort of side tunnels to divert all this water, because look, this water up top, if I cut this, it'll drop down to here. It'll overflow this. It'll go down here. I need to see where this goes to. I need to figure it out. So I want to keep this ground, this little ramp intact, because there's another water pool here. Might just be able to drain all this water down into hell. Maybe we can cool off hell a little bit. Oh, I'm also supposed to summon an Eye of Cthulhu in this stream. And then kill it. I know, summoning Eyes of Cthulhu, not good. But we're summoning it so we can kill it. So that's good. If I run into like lava or something, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm be pissed. Okay, I think I want to... I don't want to cut into this yet, because I don't know what's down here. Tin ore. Rin tin tin. I really don't even want tin. Okay, back to the video.
The Army Epidemic Prevention Research Laboratory. Publicly, the purpose of this laboratory was to investigate cures for illnesses and diseases that could befall a military force, when in actuality, they were trying to find new ways to make illness befall a military force. This group also had a division within part of the Japanese-controlled area of China. The unit there in China was known as the Togo Unit and was a part of this biological warfare initiative. Something else to keep in mind whenever we talk about this. So at this point in history, Imperial Japan was especially prejudiced against anything that wasn't Imperial Japan. A lot of the ideas that were made manifest through these experiments and Japan's actions in World War II come from a cultural sense of superiority. As a matter of fact, a superiority that's so strong, it justifies taking over and controlling everyone else. Because of that, several members of the Japanese government and military saw anyone who opposed them as less than human, or at least less than Japanese. And if you'll remember what I mentioned earlier, it's hard to test biological weapons without test subjects. So the Togo unit decided early on that the perfect way to test these new weapons and ideas was with residents of mainland China. Initially, this research was carried out at a location known as the Zongma Fortress. The fortress was an old castle-like structure that was built in Manchuria, China, and was repurposed for the Togo unit's needs. The early experiments at the Zongma Fortress typically consisted of bringing in civilians from mainland China and throwing them in the various rooms of the fortress that were converted into prison cells. Inside of these cells, initially, the subjects would be fed well and kept up to good health, and then at that point, the experimentation could begin. Taking these now healthy test subjects, the researchers would then do things like slowly bleed them out over the course of several days, or dehydrate or starve them to see what the effects of the body would be and how long the subject could survive. Again, this was all done in the name of better understanding the limits of the human body. During the course of these tests, they would also be subjected to various diseases like the bubonic plague, and at various stages of infection, the subjects would be vivisected, or a live dissection, most often while the subject was still conscious. This was done to see firsthand what the effects of certain diseases do to someone's internal system. These experiments would pale in comparison to what this group of researchers would go on to do. Things were kind of tenuous at the Zongma Fortress. Again, at this point,
you think it
it's
started
a group
out
of
bad? What is that?
Not soldiers who are doing this. And while a part of the Japanese government, it isn't a one-to-one with the Japanese military. So because of that, there were a few accidents that occurred at the facility. In 1934, there was a prison break, and a bunch of the prisoners escaped out into the Chinese countryside. In 1935, there was an explosion, and a large part of the fortress was burnt. But in spite of these incidents, the Japanese government liked the concept of these new means of warfare. So in 1936, the Japanese government gave them more funding and more access to military reserves, which not only included a lot of money, but things like Japanese soldiers for guard duty, or Japanese prisoners for experimentation. When Shiro Ishii's group, which again at the time all of this was referred to as the Army Epidemic Prevention Research Laboratory, whenever that group was brought into the Japanese government, it was renamed by Hirohito as the Epidemic Prevention and Water Purification Department. So again, a word to imply to the public that the group's entire purpose is to make sure that everyone's safe. It was at this point that Ishii's group was officially given the designation of Unit 731. The group then focused all of their efforts into China because, again, that's where most of the test subjects were coming from. But instead of going back to the Zongma Fortress, they now went to a brand new Japanese military research facility. This facility was a massive complex that had over 150 buildings and encompassed over 2 square miles. One of the fascinating things to note about the structure of the building is there was this large, welcome.
Are you a Rocky Mountain Power customer?
Crimsonite ore. Yeah, quit doxing me, Google. It's not necessary. It's not good. I need to drop something. What do I want? Do I want acorns? I don't think I want acorns. I can use the Spelunker potion. Yeah, that was good. Good play there, Cap. Good play there, Cap. Okay. Looking for ways to divert water.
Or area that supposedly anyone who enters the complex has to go through, but that was actually a fake building that was just done for publicity purposes, because in actuality there was an underground tunnel that they would shuttle prisoners in and out of outside of the public view. So not only was the name and purpose of the facility a lie, but the actual structure and some of the buildings of the facility were a lie as well, as the majority.
Someone, have you ever heard of Unit 731? Japanese human experiment lab during World War II. They did some crazy stuff to these people. Stubborn one.
Majority of experiments took place in these underground tunnels and cells. Now, into the late 30s, as Japan began to take over more of China, there were other facilities that began to pop up that were also a part of Unit 731, but the primary experiments and travesties that happened took place at this large facility located near Pingfang. And by 1939, Unit 731 consisted of over 10,000 individuals. Now, not all of these 10,000 members were a part of human experimentation. You gotta understand, Unit 731 is encompassing the way diseases could be treated, how diseases may be made manifest, and a lot of the experiments that...
Yeah. Sometimes by human experiments, they just mean straight up torture. Wait till he gets to the part about the grenades and testing out different ammunitions and freezing and
were happening at these other facilities might have been legitimate or had some purpose other than torture. But as far as the events that happened at the primary facility we talked about, those were all pretty evil. The excuse for this large facility as to why they bring in so many Chinese prisoners and exist out here in the middle of the woods away from public eyes is that they were a part of lumber production. So the code name given to experiments that had to do with human experimentation was called Maruta, because Maruta is Japanese for logs. And it was kind of an in-joke in the facility that instead of referring to the prisoners and subjects as prisoners and subjects, they would be called logs. Like, for example, how many logs were cut down today? Or do the logs look healthy? This whole code word thing would keep up through a lot of Unit 731's research. For example, several of the researchers who performed the experiments on prisoners firsthand would publish their findings, but they would publish them saying that it was a long-tailed primate that they did it to. Or in some instances, even referring to these subjects as
a human.
Manchurian monkeys. Again, the Japanese government knew what was happening, but the rest of the world didn't, and the Japanese government would prefer to keep it that way. A lot of the numbers vary, considering several researchers probably came and went during the height of World War II whenever these experiments were at their worst, but at least one point, Unit 731 had about 300 researchers as a part of the Maruta or human experiments at this primary facility. So, what kind of experiments were happening here at this primary facility of Unit 731? That I have been trying to put off talking about all the other aspects of it so I don't have to get to it. And why is it regarded by many to be...
It's interesting that both Germany and Japan were doing similar human experiments during that time. Everyone knows about the Nazi doctor Josef Mengele, but not many know about Unit 731. Yeah, and you know what I was learning about today, which I think I've known about this, but I forgot about it. What was it called? The SSD Super Soldier Force, or Secret Space Federation, but they also call themselves the Super Soldier Force. Have you ever looked into that stuff, Star Wars? That's about the apparently the Nazis and the reptilians got in a fight, and so the Nazis got into space travel, and they built the base on the dark side of the moon. And then there's these super soldiers who, like, and Kevin Spacey's got a clone, and he trains you to do telekinesis, and you can become a Jedi and use, like, photon lasers and time travel, and they're super soldiers. Are you summoning a boss tonight? Yeah, I should, huh? Yeah, I think I will. I just need to go find somewhere peaceful to fight him during the daytime. Build a bunch of platforms. I got 2 Eye of Cthulhu's, so I'll summon him once. And if without any research. And then if I get destroyed, I screwed up. I screwed up on what I'm trying to do here. If I die the first time, I only have one more eye, so then I'll watch a video on how to beat him. Right now, I'm trying to mine this stuff. Okay, that might be a good enough. Glow stick, glow stick. Yeah, that's me. This water's following me. Come on, man. I used my stupid, I used that potion so I could see where all the cool stuff is, and it's not... Oh, a life heart. That's good. Oh, God. Get out of here, fool. Get out of here, fool. The zombie's gonna come up to me while I'm working on my inventory. Okay, I don't know what you are, Day Bloom. I don't care. No, I want the heart. No, get rid of the Day Bloom. Take the life crystal. Actually, there, I just got another life crystal. I actually need to go home and clear out my inventory. And while I'm there, see if I can make any new armor. And then once I'm at my house and I do all that, then I can summon the Eye of Cthulhu. My man's got a dang... Get my man's a dang cough drop. Why is I'm hitting the wrong button. That's why it's not working. Get some diamonds out this mug. With a diamond. Eventually, I'm gonna get to something that I really want to grab, and I'm not gonna have any. I'm not gonna have any inventory space. Uh-oh, we found a new lava area, but I don't have. I think I need Crimsonite armor to not die in the heat. We found lead. Echo, you having a dream? Whoa, uh-oh. Let's not cut into the lava. That would be bad. Echo's having a dream. Echo's having a dream. Call him Martin Luther King. Echo. Yeah, I can't even go in there. Now look, if I run water into lava, what happens? Because if you recall, as we were working our way down here, there's a lot of water up here. Would it potentially fill each of these pools if I made like a like a downstream. Could I somehow fill this room with lava? Or fill this lava room with water? Get all this water down here into this chamber. Cut that. Let me see, let me see. So look, we dig from here to here. This water will fill into here to here. It'll fill this up. It'll overflow here, go here. We cut this. All this water will come down here, fill this up. Go over here. We can cut this so this water drains as well. This will all fill up. It'll come down here. We'll cut a little slit right here. Maybe use platforms to cover this hole so everything flows into here. It'll be a lot of water at this point. Hopefully it'll fill up this cavity. Then I dig it. That'd be an experiment, huh? Shout out to Raid Shadow Legends. They aren't a sponsor yet. In the near future, they will be funding the show. Okay, back to the video.
The worst example of human experimentation, or by some, the worst example of government action against a population ever. So I guess I need to talk about that now. And this is your final warning. Click off if you don't want to hear about it, and I don't blame you. So let's start with how the prisoners got to the facility in the first place. As mentioned, the majority of the subjects were people from the Chinese mainland. While the majority of these were Chinese people,
If I
there were
cut
also
into there, that
several
lava
Russians and Mongolians and Koreans who were captured as well as several Japanese political prisoners who were transferred to the facility as well.
moon.
They would be transported to the front of the facility in a vehicle that had no windows, so that if there ever was an escape or if they were ever let out for whatever reason, they couldn't testify where the facility is even located. And then once they got to the facility, they were
I have
bagged
another
and
keyboard
taken
now.
to the aforementioned underground tunnels. From there, they were placed into an underground cell. Most of them on their way in would be given a vaccine for their own health upon entry, when in
Vaseline.
actuality they were being injected with various diseases,
Wow.
and the disease would change based on whatever study the researchers were currently carrying out. Exact estimates of how many people were taken prisoner are kind of nebulous. On the most conservative end of the spectrum, it's about 3,000, but that number could be as high as 30 or 40,000 people who were actually taken to the facility. However many the true number might be, no one ever survived the Unit 731 experiment.
No one ever
The reason
survived.
no one's sure how many died in the first place, and it took so long for this information to come out,
Is because they all died.
no one that ever walked into that building ever walked back out. So what
Does that
happened
include-
to these prisoners?
He said that. Does that include the scientists as well? Like the guys who were conducting the experiment? There also might be water up here from where this looks like there's water up here also. So we're just going to flood this whole cavity. I don't know what's going to happen. This could be a horrible idea, possibly, maybe. All right, so we want to block this off. Let me see. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we want to block this off. Get me out of the hole. Go in your home, ball. Don't you want to go to your home? Now we need blocks. Silt block, dirt block. So we'll just use wood. Okay. Okay. We're cooking with oil now. We're cooking. Nobody who walked in ever walked out. Does that include the scientists? Because what kind of job? Why would you want to work at that job? Oh, my plan is coming to fruition. My plan is coming to fruition. Ah, the heck was that? Okay. Next. Now next, how did I want to do this? Okay, we just cut it straight like that, and then cut that and cut that. Okay. So we go up here. And we're gonna bust out this wall. Okay. Found some tin here to mine. Now I hope the game is like calculating how much water is going into this whole process here, because and what I'm doing right now is actually not helping. I guess it doesn't matter as long as we cut this. Okay, now watch. Now watch. Oh my gosh, there's more. All kinds of minerals over here. Okay, I'm probably going to end up cutting that whole area out. It's going to get dark in here because all my torches are going to go out. We're safe. Told you it would put my torches out. Okay, see? Lots of water. Now get ready, because there's going to be even more water coming. This whole area is about to flood. But first, I gotta go mine up all this stuff over here. Platinum, nice. Lots of platinum. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. Lead. Lots of lead. Gunpowder and lead. Feed them gunpowder so they can devour the criminals trying to drop decimals. Damn. Ninjas want to stick me for my cream, but it ain't a dream. Things ain't always what it seems. It's the ones that smoke blunts, which see your picture, and now they want to grab their guns and come and get you. Bet you big you won't slip. I got the calico with the black talons loaded in the clip, so I could rip through the ligaments, put the fuckers in the bad predicaments where all the fountains went. Touch my cheddar, feel my beretta buck when I'ma hit you with your motherfuckers better duck. I bring pain, blood stained from what remains of his jacket. He had a gun, he should have packed it, cocked it, extra clips in my pocket, so I could reload and explode on you something. On you ass, on you Roswell. Touch my cheddar, feel my beretta butt when I'ma hit you with your motherfuckers better duck. I think I already said that. Yeah. Up around and get hardcore. C4 to your door, no beef, no more. Feel the rough, scandalous. The more weed smoke I puff, the more dangerous. Survive a blood moon. I don't give about you or your weak crew. What you gonna do when Big Papa come for you? I'm not funnin'. Gotta bust my gun in. Hold on, I hear somebody coming. Give it a look. Give it a look. Why he's sticking you and taking all your money. Give it a loot. Give it a loot. What am I doing right now? Torches of courses. Torches of courses. Ain't no point in having no torches for what I'm about to be doing. Now let me go see if the water level has increased down below. Because there's going to be a problem if I can't even get down there. It's not that impressive. Does it look any deeper down here? No. It looks the same. Still, for the experiment, for the purpose of the experiment, we still got to cut the big one. We got to cut the big one. And then we'll go home. And we'll go fight Cthulhu. See, it looks like... Is the water all going down here? Should I have blocked this passage off? Where does this lead to? Okay, whatever. This is dumb. I am wasting my time. This. No! He knocked me off. Arr, arr, arr. Arr, eh. Oh my goodness. How did I do that? What is that? Cave bat banner? Man, there's a bunch of stuff I'm not able to pick up. Okay. We're gonna... We're flooding everything. Oh! Butthole. This might be a good way to drown, by the way, what I'm about to do. I might just be setting myself up to drown. I don't know why I'm putting a torch down here. Oh, Yeah, we're coming up on water. We're coming up on water, boys. Oh, it's time. Oh, the water's coming. Lots of water. Uh-oh. Oh, it's flooding, boys. Did I just drain all that water? Huh. That whole big chamber? There's more bigger chamber up there. What the? Now let's go see if it's any different. I need to keep this little passage open. Why did the torches keep going out? I need more torches. See, I'm hoping for the water to fill up down here. It's not working. I just drained the whole freaking river, and it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. But on the bright side, I cleared out that whole cavity. Did it all go in there? Oh, that was cool. Let me see. There's a lot of water right there. Okay. Let's see what I just opened up. What I just revealed. So I just emptied this whole cavity out. I wish I had another spelunker potion. Yeah, there's stuff down here. Problem is, there could be very good stuff down here, but I ain't got no inventory space. What's this? Looking for any gems, anything good, anything good. Oh, there's some amethyst. This is all platinum? Holy crap. What is this? Detonator? Explosives? Explosives and detonator? Candy cane blocks. I gotta get rid of some stuff. Swiftness potion. Increases movement speed. Demonite ore. Get rid of the acorn. Candy cane block. Moon glow. That's that good. I want the explosive stuff. Detonator, Swiftness potion, hook. Do I want the vines? I don't think I need the vines. Or rope, 66 rope. Vines are easy to get. I'll take the detonator. Let's get all this platinum ore. There's another special ore up here. Okay, back to the video.
Well, the thing I mentioned that happened at the Togo facility, the stuff about them being made healthy just so they could be bled out and dehydrated, that was still happening, but that was the least of the prisoners' worries. The average lifespan of a prisoner at Unit 731 was about 2 months. If you were lucky, then you were killed quickly in one of the conventional weapon experiments. These experiments were exactly what they sound like.
If you're lucky.
They would take several of the prisoners and place them in a courtyard.
Test out the
One
guns.
of the things they would do is they would place people in rings at various distances from each other and then throw a hand grenade in the middle to see what lethality the grenade had out to these different
chuck a
rings of
grenade,
people. They would
you know,
set people on fire with
rings of
flamethrowers and
people.
see how long it took them to burn up. They would line up people in a straight row and then shoot them with rifles and pistols to see the penetration capability. They would sharpen bladed weapons to various degrees to see how sharp a knife needed to be to fully cut through somebody. And of course, as mentioned, this was all done
Damn,
to
look at the crazy
participants who were
Look at the crazy costumes they wore. Man, that would just be freaky. Could you imagine being in there? That would be horrible.
fully awake and conscious of the death they experienced. And again, that's if you were lucky. If you were unlucky, then you were a part of the disease trials. So the disease trials were similar to the things mentioned in the Togo unit, where they would infect people with things like the plague and then dissect them while they're alive to see the various stages of infection within the body. But they had been doing the bubonic plague research for years at this point. Again, the time period we're talking about now is generally like 1940, 1941. So the plague research has moved on to much larger demographics. Again, a lot of the records of Unit 731 were destroyed at the end of the war, but from what we know, there was at least 12 field tests of things like the bubonic plague and 11 of them took place in Chinese cities. So Unit 731 researchers would deposit plague-infected fleas into the middle of a Chinese populace, or infect their wells and homes with things like typhoid. And then these researchers would watch from a distance and then walk through these decayed cities in their sterile garbs, recording the number of casualties. At the very least, tens of thousands of people died immediately from these large-scale weapon tests. Entire countrysides of people were destroyed by infected fleas that were simply thrown out in a clay pot. Back at the facility, the feasibility of chemical and biological weapons was being tested as well. They would have prisoners stand out in fields wearing different layers of protection, from completely naked to normal clothes to gas masks and what have you, and then they would just bombard them with things like mustard gas or sulfur gas and see how long it takes them to die at whatever stage of protection they're in. Another thing that the researchers were interested in was weaponizing venereal diseases. So to do this, they purposefully infected a bunch of people with STDs. However, the injections of the STDs
I've never heard of that been done before.
So as an alternative, male and female prisoners were led into cells and then at gunpoint forced to transfer the diseases. And as mentioned previously, at
better way to go than the other ways you could have gone.
The individual would be vivisected to see what it's doing to the body. And even all of that is within the realm of feasibility. As evil, as depraved, as monstrous as it is, you can wrap your head around the concept of, okay, well, if someone really, really believed that the people they were torturing aren't really people, and that this is all for the greater good, you can see a purpose, to them at least, they can see a purpose at the end of the tunnel as to why they're doing this, right? Well, that's before we get into what I can only describe as Machiavellian torture methods. Because sure, they're wanting to use new diseases in the war, so they gotta test those, right? But some of the other stuff they did was simply no other explanation than depravity, or at least none other than I can think of. So to just read off a few of the things that happened at Unit 731, and again, these are things that records were not destroyed of, and people would later confess to. So if it's possible, it is very likely that worse stuff than this happened as well. People were cut open while alive and had various organs removed before they were stitched back up to just see what would happen. So for example, cutting out someone's lower GI tract to see how long it takes them to die from that, taking out someone's stomach and attaching their gut to their throat to see what that does. People had their limbs cut off, in some cases
connecting your gut to your
visualize
throat?
how long it took for someone to bleed out. But in other cases, they would saw off both arms and then switch the shoulder that the arm was attached to, just to see if the body could reattach it. People were placed
I wonder if it
inside
worked.
of
Did it work,
low-pressure
though?
chambers, and the pressure.
Don't tell me what happened without telling me if it worked. I'm guessing it didn't work since nobody survived. We don't have any left arm, right arm guys.
Cranked up to see how long it took for things like their eyes to fly out or their chest to implode. People were hung upside down by ropes tied to their ankles to see how long it took them to die from blood pressure to the head. People had very large and heavy objects like crates and rocks dropped on them to see how much force it took to kill someone from being crushed. People were placed inside of centrifuges and the speed ramped up until they were dead to see how much G-force it took to kill someone. And as depressing as it is, I should also mention the fact that they determined that children had a lower tolerance to it than adults. People were given intravenous injections of things like horse blood and seawater, again, just to see what would happen. People had their limbs placed in very cold buckets of water until their limbs were removed, and according to researchers, it felt and sounded as if it was wood, and then the limb would either be crushed to see what the damage of a frozen limb that becomes injured might be.
That's crazy.
They were set on fire to see if anything could be recovered from that.
They freeze their limbs just to see if they can
tested various
them?
ways to warm someone back up after they were frozen to that degree. According to Ishii himself, again the lead researcher, they did various experiments where they took babies that were under a month old and placed them in freezing water and freezing elements just to see how long it took them to die of hypothermia. I'm going to read this next one from an excerpt from Hal Gold. He wrote a book called Japan's Infamous Unit 731, which is a book breaking down this whole topic. And Hal says in one portion, "It was said that a small number of these poor men, women, and children who became Marudas were also mummified alive in total dehydration experiments. They sweated themselves to death under the heat of several hot, dry fans. At death, the corpses would weigh only about a fifth of their normal body weight. And in some cases, they would just decapitate people and take notes about it. It really is bizarre the level of insanity this entails. Like, not only is it evil, but it's also so dumb, right? Like, if you just cut someone's head off, what are you even studying? Like I said, you know, of course it's evil. I'm not saying obviously that any of it was better than the others, but when a military tests a weapon, as evil as it is, you could think to yourself, okay, I understand why they did that, but some of these things, just like mummifying people, shattering their frozen limbs, leaving babies out to die, like, it's a strange debauchery. There's all these stories we hear about that, like when Rome fell, there were these big swinger parties and everyone would get high until they were dead, right? And a similar thing happened at the end of World War II in places like Nazi Germany. It's like they were like rapping on the gates of death, just going to go out in a blaze of glory. But this was a group of scientists who did it for a couple decades. Like, how, or at least the intensity of it for 5 years, right? Like, we don't even have the excuse that they were about to die, or they thought they were just going to bust hell wide open. Like, it was just a continuous, thought-out evil with seemingly no purpose that was signed off by members of governments, military, and the scientific community. And that's what makes it so terrifying. Perhaps the worst fate of anyone in Unit 731, or I'll say definitely the worst fate, was of the pregnancy studies. So as mentioned, the average lifespan of someone in Unit 731 was about 2 months. That number is skewed a bit because a lot of people who got there were killed within the first week, and things like the weapon testing. The reason that the average comes out to 2 months is because several of the studies were women who were, similar to the STDs, forcefully impregnated by either another prisoner at gunpoint or by one of the guards themselves. Similar to the other diseases, a lot of them were dissected while alive at various points in their pregnancy just so they could look at how the fetus was developing. And in other cases, the women were effectively used as a breeding stock so that the researchers could have a fresh batch of infants for several of their tests, like the hypothermia test as mentioned earlier. And you know what gets me about it? Like, I've looked at so many disturbing things. As a matter of fact, I knew a lot about Unit 731 because I covered it on the disturbing movie Iceberg. There's a film that I should have looked up before I started recording. There's two of them. There's Philosophy of a Knife, which I talked about in the disturbing movie Iceberg, and Men Behind the Sun. Both of them go into graphic detail about what happened at Unit 731. So I had seen those, so I'm like, wow, I already knew that, you know, the Japanese government did all of these evil things to these people. And I, you know, knew about the frozen trials, knew about the chemical weapon trials, even things like the pregnancy experiments. So, like, I knew all of that going into research for this. But the part that threw me off, that I wasn't expecting that I would see, actually, believe it or not, came from Wikipedia. Typically, Wikipedia is a horrible source to get information from because people can just change stuff, and sometimes they just flat out make it up. But whenever I was brushing up for this, I decided I'd look at Wikipedia to see how they had it laid out. And they had an account that I hadn't read anywhere before that kind of stopped me in my tracks. There's at least one recorded instance of friendly social interaction between prisoners and Unit 731 staff. Technician Naokota Ishibashi interacted with 2 female prisoners. One prisoner was a 21-year-old Chinese woman, the other a Soviet girl who was 19 years of age. Ishibashi asked where she came from and learned that she was from Ukraine. The 2 prisoners told Ishibashi that they had not seen their faces in a mirror since being captured and begged him to get one. Ishibashi sneaked a mirror to them through a hole.
Dang,
in
of all the
door.
things you could have
And
asked for,
that bothers me
from
so
the
much
guard that
more
you were in
than
love
a lot
with?
of the other information I read.
You got
and the
a
reason
mirror?
for that is because, again, I'm pretty desensitized to just brutality, right? Like the number of historical stories I read about that has to do with people getting, you know, skinned alive, or, you know, brutal executions. Like that's just history, right? It's bloody, it's brutal, evil's always existed. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, it is a lot easier to throw a label of ignorance on top of everything, right? Like, we take it for granted in the modern age because everyone's hyper connected by the internet, right? Like what you're watching this video on right now. And it's really easy for us to take human connection for granted. To just say, well, of course, I know that this other group of people is of equal worth as myself because I talk to them. I know several of them. I experience it. And it's easy to go in with that mindset and look at history and be like, oh, well, yeah, I could see how the Imperial Japanese would, you know, be so tricked by their government because they just weren't as educated. They weren't as enlightened as we were, right? So it's easier to read stories about things like Unit 731 if you kind of turn your brain off and you're like, this was a group of people who just didn't see the others as human, and that's why these tragedies were allowed to happen. But then I read the story of a guard who saw two girls, young women, who wanted to remember what they looked like. And he recognized that they needed to feel something, that they needed to have that. So he broke rules and snuck them a mirror. And it made me cold. Because then it's not just a person who let themselves get tricked and convinced themselves that they were dealing with cattle, right? Even, which if these experiments were done with animals, I think we'd all still agree that it's evil and terrible. But maybe that was his mindset, right? That he's just dealing with animals. But to read that he took pity on a girl who two girls who wanted to remember what they looked like terrified me, because at least some of them were fully aware that these people were suffering and that was wrong. Not just that they were suffering and this was for the greater good, but that they were suffering and something should be done. And in spite of that, it kept happening. It was such a powerful force
this might be bad.
of government and people and the greater good that these tragedies kept going on, and the people who participated were well aware of the pain they were inflicting and didn't stop it. And that is so much worse than a group of people who were just following their orders and turned off their ears. This guy still had ears, he was still listening, and he kept following those orders. Along that same note of kind of the illusion of us versus them fading, there was one, I believe he was a guard there. Some said guard, some said he was like a research assistant. Someone who wasn't a high-ranking researcher named Yoshio Sudo,
nice flat area.
who got infected with the plague while he was there because, you know, everyone's dealing with these volatile diseases, so one of the workers gets infected. So they cut that guy open. Like, I guess they figured, well, he's a test subject now, we're not going to let him go to waste. Who cares if he's Japanese? And they sliced him open too. It's interesting, while kind of the Japanese government's idea was, well, we're more important than they are, so they can suffer. But we see these glimpses of the Japanese who are infected being treated the same as everyone else who's infected, and also the Japanese recognizing that these people have emotions and feelings, and it makes the situation so much more scary in the end. And I think one of the reasons it is so scary is because, again, we read a lot of stories like this, and it's comforting to think, oh, well, if they just knew better, right? Like, oh, well, maybe if they didn't have to struggle for resources as much, or maybe if they were allowed to experience humanity from this other side that they seem to hate so much, maybe then, you know, they wouldn't have had to do the awful things they did, right? It's easier to read a lot of history that way. But you see instances like that, and it's dreadful, the idea that, sure, they had all that, it didn't change anything. Near the end of World War II, the Japanese government got desperate and decided to rely on Unit 731 for some kind of drastic measure against the United States.
There's so much stuff down
using the bubonic plague research that the Japanese had figured out, again by testing it on residents of China, the Japanese government put together a plan called Operation Cherry Blossoms at Night. The plan for this was to release the bubonic plague on San Francisco, and the attack was scheduled to take place on September the 22nd of 1945. But this plan never came to fruition because just over a month before September 22nd, America dropped the atomic bombs on Japan and ended the war. In these final days of the war, the members of Unit 731 realized that the war courts would not err in their favor and decided to destroy whatever evidence they could. And of course, this evidence began with the prisoners, who were forced to either ingest poison or be shot before the facility itself was set on fire and most of the documents and research destroyed. And as mentioned, no one who ever entered Unit 731 as a prisoner ever walked out. When Douglas MacArthur came to Japan after the war was over, he immediately heard whispers of things like human experimentation. After tracking down Ishii and the other leaders of Unit 731, they confessed that some degree of human experimentation took place, but wouldn't give MacArthur specific details. MacArthur threatened that if the remnants of 731 don't comply with the United States, then the United States would allow the Russians to judge the members of Unit 731. And I don't know if you know this, but especially right after World War II, you much wanted to be in a United States tribunal than a Russian tribunal, because Americans typically ended with prison sentences and Russians ended with rope. So a deal was struck between MacArthur and the head researchers of Unit 731 that said if the researchers of 731 turned over all of their data to the United States, then they would be given full immunity. And of course, both sides agreed to that deal. Now, a couple things. The reason this deal was done is because, one, and most importantly, America was afraid of what might happen if the Russians, who shortly after World War II began the Cold War and all of that, or the Cold War began between the United States and Russia, I should say. America was afraid of what would happen if the Russians got their hand on all of that information. So it was more so done not so America could have biological weapons. I mean, we're not dropping plagues on populated cities, at least. That's what they want you to think. But really, it wasn't so much that we could have the information as much as we didn't want the Russians to have the information. And the other reason that the deal was taken is because, not really that I think it would have changed anything, but most of the details of what happened weren't known until decades after World War II ended. Like most of the stuff I read about came out in confessions in the 70s and 80s. And while MacArthur knew that there was some level of human experimentation, I mean, the data he was handed talked about how long it took for the researchers to witness someone dying of hypothermia, right? Like, he couldn't have been totally dumb to it, but at least the brutality and methods of it, they probably weren't aware of at the time. Not that I think that would have stopped them from it, but maybe they wouldn't have given full immunity. Maybe I just like to think they wouldn't have given them full immunity if they knew the full extent, but whatever, it still happened. Now keep in mind, to the public at that time, none of this had ever happened. To the Japanese government, to the Chinese, Unit 731 was a crazy conspiracy theory if you thought anything weird was happening out there, because it's just for public health and lumber for some reason. So whenever the immunity deal was made, part of the deal was that America would keep up the lie that nothing ever happened at Unit 731, and all of the members of Unit 731 could change their name, and America wouldn't release their identities to the public. So after America makes this whole plea deal with them, eventually Russia shows up, and they actually have a trial for some of the members of Unit 731, and as you can imagine, didn't care to consult the US over it. So Russia holds a trial, and they end up getting 12 people who they can confirm were in Unit 731, and the sentences for those 12 who were found guilty were 2 to 25 years in a labor camp, of which the most any of them served was 7 years. Now, if you know anything about Russian history with war crimes, The idea that these men weren't shot or hanged is absurd. Especially that they ended up just serving 2 to 7 years, respectively for different people. That is insane. How did that happen? Well, if you'll remember, the American deal with the Russians wasn't made official until like the 80s, and some researchers were going to talk about, put in the work and made it come to be. So the fact that the Russians show up, they talk to the Japanese for a while, and only a few of the 731 researchers get like 5 years in prison, it is pretty much guaranteed that the Russians made a deal with the Japanese, very similar to the deal America made with them. So at the end of the day, this group of people who were monstrous, demons even, committed a massive amount of bloodshed and misery. And then when the going got tough, they sold that bloodshed and misery to the highest bidder and got off scot-free. So ain't that a kick in the pants? Now again, none of this was public information. And it would have stayed that way if it wasn't for the work of various Japanese historians. See, again, Unit 731 for years was like a boogeyman. There would be a researcher come out in like the 60s or 70s talking about how the project was real, or they were a part of it and they can attest to it. And they would get laughed off by the media, saying that they were just some crazy conspiracy theorists. Historians pulled various records in Japan that supported the government's sanctioning of Unit 731. And in 1983, a historian published his findings and was told by the Japanese Board of Education that he should take those findings out of textbooks because it's not backed historically.
YouTube made you watch a commercial?
Historians went to the United States, and now, because everything's declassified, went through various records and found MacArthur's immunity deals and the records that he got directly from the Unit 731 experiments, and were able to bring those records back to Japan, show them to the Board of Education, and say, it's real, it's all right here. And from then on, the Japanese government slowly began to admit fault in the Unit 731 experiments. Through the 1990s, the Japanese government finally acknowledged that it was a real thing, but not the specifics of what the researchers actually did. The most recent development of Unit 731 was in 2018, when the Japanese government named the 3,607 researchers who were a part of the unit. And as you could imagine, between all 3,607 of those names, they're all either dead or have disappeared. Shiro Ishii, if you'll remember, the leader of all of Unit 731, died on October the 9th of 1959 from laryngeal cancer, never experiencing judgment on this side of eternity for his role in the Japanese war crimes. And Unit 731, like I said at the beginning of this video, is depressing. There's no two ways about it. There's no happy ending. There's no good side to it. It was a group of people committed atrocities, and they got away with it, effectively. And there's no polish I can give that. But what I can give polish is that this story was almost entirely lost.
Super bad. It's crazy.
If you were from World War II, from these events happening up until like 1984, when it finally became official,
you misspelled
the people who died never died, at least publicly. Their names were just lost as some of the many names lost in World War II. And they were just a statistical anomaly because governments didn't want to acknowledge the atrocities that they had once condoned, or that the forerunners before them had condoned. And of course, obviously, I don't mean any of my, critiques of the Japanese government during World War II to apply to now. But again, that was less than a century ago. It's hard to think about that humanity is capable of that kind of evil and that kind of justification for that kind of evil. But the point I want to bring out, the one light in all of it, I could say, is the people who would not be quiet. The people who kept learning, who kept digging, and now we have names of the perpetrators, and we have death of the victims. We have cause of the victims. And while it doesn't make it right, and the suffering still happened, it gives some meaning to it. Their names are not simply lost; they were taken. And hopefully, by understanding why they were taken and what great evil led to it, we can prevent tragedies like that from ever happening again. And like I said, Unit 731 is a heavy story. But it's one that I think should be told. Not one I enjoy telling. I didn't have a good time recording this, I'll be honest. But it's one that needs to be. And I'm just a lowly YouTuber. I'm no one important. I'm no one special. But hopefully you got something out of this. Or at least you have more depressing knowledge to terrorize your friends with, which in that case, win-win. But either way, if you got something out of this, or you just like to be miserable like I do, I guess, that's cool. And I just want to say thank you for watching. Thank you all so much for sticking around and watching the video. I know I promised that the Ted Kaczynski video would be next, but that video is becoming a much larger project with a lot of really cool things that I've never done before, and it's taking more time. So hopefully whenever it does come out, you all will be excited and it will be worth the wait. I hope you like that teaser in the ad, and hopefully that made the rest of this video not as depressing. But if you made it this far, I appreciate it, and I hope it wasn't that much of a bummer. And I want to emphasize, while I talk about a lot of the disturbing and worst parts of humanity, I am talking about the outliers. I am talking about the strange parts. Humanity, just as capable as it is for infinite evil, is capable of infinite good. And don't let yourself get, you know, in a headspace about how terrible the world can be, but get in a space about how great it can be as well. I recently, I'll brag a little bit, my fiance Kayla just graduated with her doctoral, so she's a doctor now, and that's incredible, and I'm proud of her. And it helps seeing people like her, people who strive, people who have power and diligence and strength. And it really is easy to take your mind off the terrible when there's so much good to be found. So again, I hope it didn't get you that sad, and if I did, I'm sorry. But I hope that you enjoyed. Shorter video for now, but like I said, Ted on the way. There will probably be another video in between this one and the Ted one, because like I said, that's becoming a big one. But expect the Ted video in June, and hopefully you enjoyed that. But until then, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
Johnson, why are you naked? Because my t-shirt sucks. Look at Gibson. He's wearing a true classic tee. It fits him tight.
Gibson. Okay, I'm gonna put all... How do I want to do this? This is like potions and flowers and seeds and stuff. Okay. And this is more building materials, quest items, but I also have quest items in here. No, I don't. Where do I have quest items? I had 2 Eye of Cthulhu's, now I only have 1. What the heck? Quick stack. Clay block. Why didn't quick stack work? Why doesn't quick stack work? Mud block, dirt block, clay block, silt, dirt, stone, dirt, silt, stone, dirt, stone. Oh, we got gel here. Cactus, clay. Okay, so this is the blocks and stuff. Okay, so I need to go up to here. Gel in here. This in here. Water leaf is a material. Candy cane blocks. Green candy cane blocks. One Mushrooms, seeds, pine tree block. Keep the rope in here, the wood walls in here. Okay, so this one's just assorted stuff. I could have sworn I had 2 Eye of Cthulhu's though. Now I can only find 1. Oh, I think the other one's at my other house. Do I see any green seeds in here? Let me see something. Quick stack. Quick stack does not work. Okay, I have gel there. Candy cane blocks. Ooh, star. A falling star. Okay. Let's go get these stars. Another star. Another star. Lots of stars. You get a star. You get a star. Whoa, I just pulled the freaking headphone out. I respect people that play this game. Cool. Stupid talk to text. The only gifts I got as a child for Christmas were tamales. There's an owl. Hold on, I'm going to kill him. Got him! I killed the freaking owl. Why do you respect people who play this game? I keep forgetting I have a keyboard next to me. Okay. I thought I had... So now all my gels should be in the same case. This is all weapons and whatnot. Bombs and stuff. Empty. Empty except for a chest. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Do this. And then I'm going to do this, 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 this. How did this monster get in our house? Dylan, quit leaving the front door open, bro. Okay, we have 13 lenses. I know we have... I thought we had more lenses than that. There's a zombie on my top floor. How the heck did he get in here? I have glow sticks in multiple boxes. Sugar cookie consumable, major improvement to all stats. I'll put that up here. What just happened? Somehow a slime just died in my presence. Okay. I think we're good. See if we can craft anything new. Criminite bar. I can't. Can I not use? I can't use another mana thing? Then I don't even want these stars on me. Why am I holding these stars? Okay. Okay, yeah. Bars. Still don't have a loom. Still can't make a bed. So I still don't technically have a house. Crazy. I don't understand. I've been playing this game forever and I still haven't done that basic stuff. I passed the tradition of the You pass the tradition of the tamales onto your own children. Nice. There's not a way to like smell all. Oh, we got silver. We got silver. Now, can you still make an anvil or do you need raw materials? I wish it told you the Stop. Okay, lead anvil. I already have a lead anvil, but there was an option to make another anvil. Close the door, Dylan. Candy cane wall. A sign, a door, trap door. Minecart, lead fence, weather vane, cooking pot, heavy workbench. We already have that. Chicken tamales, candy corn tamales, all the tamales. You get a tamale. You get a tamale. I can make a silver helmet. 3 defense. I currently have a platinum helmet. Why would I want that? Ooh, platinum chainmail. 6 defense. To my 2 defense? Oh, yes. Let's do it. Damn, that takes 30 platinum bars. I only have 38. Well, let me see if there's anything else cool that I can make first. Lead anvil rope. Chainmail greaves. Platinum greaves and platinum chainmail. Let's see if there's anything up here that I can make. Decorative healing potion. The heck? I still can't make anything in this dang glass kiln. Wait, I wonder if I have silt blocks, if I put them in there to make glass or something. Anyway, let's get these. Let's get that platinum chainmail on. Let's go over to the equipment one. Drop this off. Excuse me. Sneezes. Crafting. You're not gonna tell me anything, Dylan? Nothing? You don't have anything to say to me? Rope. Where did I put rope? I put all the rope in here. But I have more stuff in here. And I have all these gems. Like, see, what if there's something I can make with these gems? Why do I have to have everything? Can I put sand in the kiln? Let's see. Glass. Yeah, see, now I can make glass. Any sand block, you can make glass. Is glass just for building materials? Glass platform? I can make a whole glass house. Bottles? Wonder what bottles are for. Blue torch, green torch, yellow torch, purple torch. We can make different colored torches. Glass bowl, wine glass, mug, glass clock, glass chair, glass chest, glass dresser, glass table, glass bathtub, glass lantern, glass candle, glass workbench, glass terrarium. What do I do with a terrarium? Gaze in the mirror to return home. I can make a magic mirror and I can put it at my other house. I can link my two houses with magic mirrors. I don't know what a terrarium is. Oh, I do know what a terrarium is, but I don't know why you would have a terrarium in this game. Make one of these. Ooh, that takes a lot. Diamonds, gold bars. No! That was stupid. That did not do what I wanted it to do. I guess now I can carry that mirror instead of carrying the recall potions. I guess. The mirror does the same thing. I thought it was like a mirror. You put it in your house. Okay, I do want to make a glass workbench, though. Okay. Sapphire gem spark block. I'm gonna make this terrarium. What I do with a terrarium, I have no idea. Doesn't seem like I can place it. I don't know what I do with it. Here, I'm gonna grab this chest. I'm gonna put this chest up here. And I'll store my glass stuff in it. Glass. Terrarium. Okay. Now, oh, my fire went out. Oh, it's back on. Now when I come down here, I have more bars. Large sapphire for capture the gem. It drops when you die. Capture the gem. It drops when you die. I don't know what that means. Large amethyst for capture the gem. It drops when you die. Minecart. Equipable. A minecart is equipable. Sapphire hook. Diamond hook. Silver chainmail. Silver helmet. Silver greaves. I can't make platinum greaves. But I can make silver ones. Which still makes me stronger than I was. I'm stronger than I once was. Okay. I have 16 diamonds. I don't see anything else that I can do with diamonds, so I think I'm just gonna make this diamond hook thing. Wait, what's the difference between a ruby hook and a diamond hook? Diamond's better, right? Sapphire hook, amethyst hook, topaz hook, diamond hook. I gotta think diamond is better, right? The blood moon is rising. Uh-oh. Is this how we summon Eye of Cthulhu during the blood moon? Hold on a second. Give me some suspicious looking eye at night. Suspicious looking eye at night between. Huh. I should not do Eye of Cthulhu during a blood moon. All kinds of tamales. Who doesn't like tamales? Alright. Hold on. I got some other interesting looking videos. Dark Side of the Experiment, The Horror of the Ape and Child Experiment. I think I already watched that one. It says I already watched it. 15 inventors and inventions who were silenced and buried. Sounds interesting.
Professional investor. I have no stocks, I have no bonds.
This video delves into the tales of 15 inventors whose potentially revolutionary creations were suppressed, whether by external forces or unfortunate fate. These stories not only question the nature of progress, but also highlight the delicate interplay between invention, power, and history. Number 1, the Ogle carburetor, Tom Ogle. In the 1970s, an inventor named Tom Ogle, without a formal background in mechanical engineering, claimed to have designed a carburetor that could drastically improve fuel efficiency. His invention, known as the Ogle carburetor,
and it's running through lean, so it just spits it back out of the carburetor,
was said to enable a car to travel over 100 miles on a single gallon of gasoline, a figure that far surpassed anything that conventional vehicles could achieve at the time. Ogle's innovation seemed poised to revolutionize the automotive industry and threatened the very foundation.
Yo, everybody knows a story of somebody who got murdered because they came up with a new chip that you put in an engine and it gives you 1,000,000 miles to the gallon on your gas. Everybody knows of a guy that got murdered because of that. I've heard the stories. I've heard the stories. Yo, this is crazy. What is that thing? This is bad. Dylan's about to die, bro. Just close the door, Dylan. Do they open doors? Yes. Oh, it's a blood moon. These zombies know how to open doors. Defend the house, Dylan. Defend the castle at all costs. Dylan's gonna die. How do I save him? We gotta keep him alive. Dylan, they're coming for you, my boy. Oh, it's gonna be a long night at home. It's the blood moon. They're gonna kill Dylan. He's not gonna make it through the night. No, don't go outside, but boy. Why would you do that? Dylan, get over here. Come on, they're coming at you. Just go make your way to a cave or something, Dylan. You're not gonna make it through the night, bro. What is that item on the ground? Why am I not picking it up? No way my inventory's already full. What the heck? Oh, it's because I have all the bars in it. My armor is much better now. Oh my god, I keep using the wrong keyboard too. This is so much better for my back using this keyboard. And it's got bigger buttons. I keep leaning forward and using that keyboard. Maybe if I leave the house, Dylan won't die. Maybe if I go out into the world. I want to summon Cthulhu, but I don't want to do it during the blood moon because it gets crazy as it is without a boss fight. Blood, guts, guns, cuts, knives, lives, wives, nuns. I'm gonna kill you. You don't got the eyeballs to beef? What is that? There's something out there. Yo, where did all my torches go? Dylan is not gonna make it. It's gonna be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. Dylan's not going to be here with us the whole time. No way. Dylan can get hit one more time. He's out of the count. Out for the count. I don't know if when he dies, if he dies permanently or what. I would love for morning to come.
Foundations of the oil economy. Ogle's system allegedly eliminated the carburetor and fuel pump, instead drawing fuel vapor directly from the tank through a series of vacuum lines. The design was deceptively simple, but according to Ogle, it allowed for complete fuel combustion and, consequently, greatly reduced emissions alongside the improved mileage. This was at a time when fuel prices were spiking due to the oil crisis, which had left the American public desperate for an alternative that could alleviate the strain on their wallets. The story of Tom Ogle is one of tragedy and controversy. After patenting his device and garnering attention from both the media and potential investors, Ogle reportedly turned down an offer of $25 million to sell the patent rights. He insisted on making the invention available to the public to ensure that everyone could benefit from the increased fuel efficiency. However, before his vision could fully materialize, Ogle suddenly passed away under mysterious circumstances at the age of 24. Official reports attributed his death to an overdose of alcohol and prescription medication, but friends and supporters suspected foul play, given the potential financial interests at stake. Number 2, the water-powered car, Stanley Meyer. At the crossroads of genius and incredulity stood Stanley Meyer, an inventor who shocked the world with his assertion of a water-powered car. The concept was simple yet staggering, a vehicle that ran solely on water, a resource far more abundant and environmentally friendly than gasoline.
We're now using the gas processor to utilize the ambient air to ionize the gases, which is now mixing with the water.
Meyer's invention promised a future free from the shackles of fossil fuels, a dream that resonated with the eco-conscious and the economically burdened alike. His water fuel cell, he claimed, could split water into its composite elements of hydrogen and oxygen, which the engine would then burn to generate power, emitting only water vapor as exhaust. Meyer's invention was met with skepticism from the outset. Critics argued that his claims defied fundamental principles of chemistry and physics, specifically the law of conservation of energy. However, Meyer was undeterred. He took his invention on a media blitz, demonstrating his technology with a dune buggy he claimed was powered entirely by his water fuel cell. In a world where oil prices were climbing and environmental degradation was becoming an ever-increasing concern, Meyer's invention seemed like a beacon of hope. His patent described a process that involved a water splitter, which, powered by electricity, separated the water molecules into their constituent parts. This process, known as electrolysis, is well understood, but Meyer's device claimed to accomplish it with an efficiency that was unheard of. If true, it would have been a monumental breakthrough. Number 3. Rife Machine, Royal Raymond Rife. In the realm of medical marvels, few have sparked as much debate as the Rife Machine, attributed to Royal Raymond Rife. An American inventor and early exponent of bioelectric medicine, Rife claimed to have developed a device capable of destroying pathogens, including cancer cells, by vibrating them at their resonant frequency. His machine was said to emit energy at specific frequencies that would resonate with the unique frequencies of pathogens, causing their destruction without damaging surrounding healthy tissue.
I've often thought that living matter might be based on crystals of some kind.
Born in 1888, Rife was a scientist intrigued by the possibilities of treating diseases with frequencies. He designed a series of microscopes that he claimed were powerful enough to visualize viruses, a feat that was not possible with the technology of the day. Rife then purportedly isolated a cancer virus and proceeded to treat it using his frequency device. By the 1930s, Rife was claiming remarkable success rates, suggesting that his machine had the potential to cure cancer and other diseases. Rife's claims attracted the attention of the medical community and the public, with some hailing his device as a breakthrough and others dismissing it as pseudoscience. Despite initial interest and some apparent successes, Rife's work was eventually discredited by the medical establishment. Critics pointed to a lack of rigorous scientific evidence and the implausibility of his theories based on the known laws of physics and biology. The discrediting of Rife's work led to a personal and professional decline.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money you are owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get the money that you are owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you've thought about hiring an attorney before but you didn't because you were unsure or you had reservations, it's not your fault. You were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you actually could make. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anybody who's been in a car accident in the last 2 years. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out the 15-second quiz, you'll get a free case evaluation from one of.
By the 1950s, his laboratory had been destroyed in a fire, his records and machines were lost, and he became a recluse until his death in 1971. Number 4. Tucker Automobile, Preston Tucker. The story of Preston Tucker and his Tucker 48 automobile embodies the American dream clashing with industrial giants. A visionary in automotive design, Tucker sought to challenge the big three automakers with his advanced and innovative car. The Tucker 48, also known as the Tucker Torpedo, boasted safety and mechanical features far ahead of its time, including a directional third headlight, a padded dashboard, and a rear-mounted engine. Preston Tucker's vision was to produce a vehicle that not only set new standards in automotive design, but also ensured greater passenger safety during a period when road fatalities were rising. His designs were revolutionary. The Tucker 48 featured a safety chamber for front passengers to dive into before a collision, a windshield that would pop out upon impact to avoid glass shattering on passengers, and seat belts.
Which also makes it safer because it doesn't roll over nearly as easy, unless, of course, you're doing 95 miles an hour on a racetrack.
A safety feature that wouldn't become standard until years later. Despite the ingenuity behind the Tucker 48, Tucker faced immense challenges in bringing his car to market. Financial difficulties were a constant hurdle, exacerbated by negative media coverage and legal battles. In 1949, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission indicted Tucker and his board of directors on charges of mail fraud, conspiracy, and stock fraud. Although acquitted, the damage was done. Tucker's company was forced into bankruptcy, and only 51 cars were ever produced. The demise of the Tucker Corporation is often seen as the result of an overly ambitious entrepreneur running afoul of established industry practices and government regulations. Critics, however, suggest a more sinister reason: sabotage by a fearful automotive industry and a government unwilling to challenge the status quo. Number 5. Cloudbuster, Wilhelm Reich. Wilhelm Reich, a name synonymous with controversy in the psychoanalytic and scientific communities, ventured beyond the realm of psychology into the atmospheric with his invention of the cloudbuster. This device, which seemed to be torn from the pages of science fiction, was designed by Reich in the 1950s to manipulate what he called orgone energy, a life force that he believed could affect both human health and weather patterns. The cloudbuster, comprised of a set of hollow tubes connected to cables that were immersed in water, was intended to draw orgone energy from the atmosphere, with the goal of inducing rain. Reich, originally part of Sigmund Freud's circle, had taken a divergent path into the study of this orgone energy, which he posited was a physical manifestation of the libido. In his view, this energy was omnipresent and could supposedly be harnessed for a variety of purposes, from combating illnesses like cancer to altering weather conditions. The cloudbuster was his attempt to apply his theories practically by engaging with the Earth's atmosphere directly. Despite the skepticism of the scientific community, Reich conducted several experiments with the cloudbuster, claiming success in inducing precipitation in areas plagued by drought. His claims drew the attention of farmers and even some in the government. However, Reich's work with the cloudbuster also attracted the scrutiny of the Food and Drug Administration, which had long been skeptical of his work with orgone energy. The FDA's investigation culminated in a court order demanding the destruction of Reich's publications and equipment related to orgone energy.
Okay.
Reich was also sentenced to 2.
Okay, we gotta wait till nighttime so we can summon Cthulhu. I think that we'll just fight him at the house. What I can do is, hey, I got a banner. Does this go farther? Let's see if the diamond claw goes farther. Oh, it goes pretty far. What do I want to do? I want to summon the Eye of Cthulhu. So basically, Eye of Cthulhu, what do you do? Basically, I want to have some wooden platforms. A lot of them. Like this. We're going to make a lot of these. Oh, you can do it faster. Okay. And then, do we have rope? Vine rope. I don't have any rope with me, huh? I have vine rope. Let's do this. Okay. Then we go wood platform. Oh! Stop, stop, stop! You can't change weapons while you're falling? I pushed freaking, I pushed one. Oh, you know what it was? I was in freaking, give me all my money back. Give me all my money back. You may be saying, what are you doing, Josh? Well, it's almost nighttime. We're building an arena to fight Cthulhu. Let's do this. Escape 0. That's not what I wanted to do. Wood platforms. Okay, down a little bit. Come on. Okay. Is this long enough? Let's see. Let's run it. Yeah, this should be plenty good. Okay. Then we go up here. And we do it again. This way, we don't have to worry about zombies coming down. We can change levels. Because I believe, yes. So we can change levels. We can drop down. We can zoom up. It's almost dark. Okay, I think that's about it. No, no más. See how our slime's getting up here. Stop it. Stop interrupting me when I'm building. No. Oh my god, they keep coming back. Alright, it's good enough. There's no time like the present, right? Let's get rid of these eyeballs.
Years in prison for...
Alright, first boss fight. Let's try this. Let's try this real quick. Let me get rid of this. Oops, not that. This. Alright, let's try this first boss fight of Terraria. I got a little arena in the sky set up here. Oh, I don't even have the Eye of Cthulhu with me. Dang it, let me go get it. It's in my house. What up, Dylan? Alright, Dylan. I need the Eye of Cthulhu, my brother. Should be in this one. Alright. We have the eye. Dang it, we have to walk all the way to the vine. Alright. Climb the vine. Get to the top. Bust out the eye. Use it. Oh crap, here he comes. I can't see anything. Hold on, I'm getting hit hard. It's not him that's even killing me, it's the freaking ads. Oh crap, you know what, I already screwed up. Oh crap. Oh, I saved myself. Crap, I just took my armor off. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, I'm screwed. Somehow I took my armor off. It doesn't help that I can't see anything. I'm dying horribly. Wow, I did horrible. Wow. Wow, I didn't even... I should have saved beforehand. I just wasted my Eye of Cthulhu. I don't know how I took my armor off. And I'm using the wrong keyboard again. I keep forgetting there's another keyboard here. Okay, I hit F1 and my armor came off. Well, that didn't work out very good. We're going to have to watch a video on how to beat him. And I have to go to my other house to see if there's an Eye of Cthulhu there. I think I have another one. That was whack. That was whacker than a mug. There's a lot of different things I could have done that would have made that situation much better. Oh, wait, hold on. That's something. And I didn't have my freaking potions on my bar. Sapphires. I spotted them as I was falling through the caverns. Oh, here comes a spider. Looking at me with a me mug. Is this where I want to go? Why is that spider glitching out? Heat it. Where do we... Okay. Oh, wait, I wanted to go to my other house. Whatever. We can't beat Cthulhu yet. Where was I? Where should we go? Get out of here, bats. Jeez. The lava's over here. Maybe we could just dig around the lava? It's dangerous. Because we might actually dig into the lava. Oh! Somehow I didn't die. Oh, I'm glad I didn't mine my way through that. Wow, that water saved me. Oh, it's a minecart trap. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I... Oh. Oh! Oh, we're on a mine track. With a torch. Oh! Vehicular manslaughter. Can I drop torches? That got me somewhere fast. Oh yeah, this area. This is where I was at already. I just found a bottom way into it. Okay. I see you. How do I minecart? How do I minecart? How do I minecart? How do I don't know how to get out of the minecart. Maybe hit it with the pickaxe? How do I freaking dismount? Oh. I pushed E. Don't come down here. Stop following me down here. There, stop following me down here. Let me dig in peace. Okay, stop this recording. I did not kill the Eye of Cthulhu.
For contempt of court, as he had violated the injunction against his work. He died in jail, and his Cloudbuster, along with his other inventions, fell into obscurity, dismissed by mainstream science as the fanciful musings of a pseudoscientist.
The horrors of the facial.
Alright guys, so today I'm checking out the Apollo by Andar. This is full grain leather. The key
how to interact with someone. Although this is the human face, it makes us who we are. It is the centre of our senses, and as such, it is vital in the way we communicate. But not what you think. Yes, we use our mouths to talk, but our faces are much more than that for broadcasting our thoughts and feelings. Just one look at a person's expression can tell you so much about the emotional state of the individual. A smile, a frown, a scowl, each one can tell you how to interact with someone. Although this is something we take for granted as a natural part of the human condition, some scientists have looked to categorise and study our facial expressions. One such study took place in 1924, and in order to create genuine reactions in its test subjects, various stimuli were used, which would bizarrely culminate in the participants being asked to behead a rat in order to track their facial expressions. My name is John, and today we're looking at the 1924 facial expression experiment. Welcome to the dark side of science.
The facial expression experiment.
Carney Landis was born on the 11th of January 1897 in West Alexandria, Ohio, a small town with a population of around 700 at the end of the 19th century. Carney would attend State University, where he majored in psychology, graduating in 1921. Study would not end for Landis, however, when he gained his master's a year later from Dartmouth College in 1922. This was whilst he was working as a psychology instructor. Upon completion of his master's, Landis moved to the University of Minnesota to study for his doctorate. During his education, Landis read various scientific studies into facial expressions, one of which was Darwin's The Expression of the Emotions of Man and Animals, his third book in his series of works on evolution. The book looks to delve into emotions of humans and animals alike, and features multiple pictures of faces in various different emotional states. For the animal kingdom, Darwin shows various expressive movements of dogs, cats, horses, ruminants and monkeys. He visualises various facial expressions in the book, showing joy, affection, pain, anger, astonishment and terror. The book also has photographs and illustrations of human faces in various states of emotion, from happiness to fear and anger. The book was originally released in 1872, with a second edition compiled by Darwin's son in 1890, and this was likely the version that Landis studied. One of the other main works that Carney took inspiration from was R. Schultz's Experimental Psychology and Pedagogy, translated into English in 1912. This work touches on facial expressions and looks at the links between psychology and education. There are a number of different photographs of subjects' reactions to different stimuli, but it doesn't seek out to find the reason why. The final, and probably the work that Carney would take as a basis for his later experiments, was Herbert Langfield's The Judgment of Emotions from Facial Expressions in 1918. This study would take place at Harvard's Psychological Laboratory. Langfield made use of 6 subjects, 4 men and 2 women, and showed each person 105 images of an illustration made from a photograph of an actor's face. Each expression was meant to convey a certain emotion. After being shown the image, the subject was then required to write down their interpreted emotion. Landis thought that this experiment had a problem though, and that was because of the authenticity of the expression of the actor. The results from the Langfield experiment were pretty interesting, however. Although the study was not unique in finding that we can judge emotion from a picture, look at artwork in general from history, you can tell we can understand emotion from a still image of a facial expression. But it did find that the general consensus from his 6 subjects was that each picture conveyed a particular emotion. Even the more subjective images that contained subtle emotional state cues, such as half crying and laughing. In post-experiment interviews, each subject was asked where do they look first when judging a facial expression, and interestingly, each gave slightly different answers. For example, one person stated they stared at the mouth first, and another saying that they tried to imagine themselves with that expression and how it would make them feel. Of course, modern day eye tracking experiments are more reliable at seeing what we look at first, but Langfield's experiment is interesting to see the thought processes of the subjects as they examine the images presented to them. Landis would achieve his PhD in 1924, and it quickly led him into the experiment that would put his name down in infamy. Landis took from the books and papers he had studied and saw a question unanswered. What is one's facial expression when exposed to real-world stimuli? Schultz's experimental psychology and pedagogy did touch on this by giving children bitter, sour and sweet-tasting items and photographed their expressions. However, Landis wanted to go deeper. He wanted to see if there was universal expressions for certain stimuli. Landis started off with his studies of emotional reactions, a preliminary study of facial expression in mid-1924. He made use of 19 test subjects, all men from Dartmouth College. The experiment was set up in a regular laboratory room. In order to record the facial expressions, Landis had access to a motion picture and ordinary still producing cameras. Landis had a specially constructed table behind which the subject was seated. This was placed in the centre of his setup. In a wall 8 feet from the subject in front of them, several small openings were cut, through which cameras were focused. Before the experiment would begin, Landis said to the subject, "I'm making a study of facial expressions. All you have to do is to be seated behind the table and act as naturally as possible in the various situations that follow. Don't try to be emotional or show a poker face. Try to forget the cameras and act natural." Various stimuli from 9 categories were presented to each subject, and after each situation, a card was given to the participant with a number of emotions written on it, such as boredom, abstraction, dreamy, indifference, interest. Also a space labelled feelings other than those mentioned. Each situation, however, would have a slightly different card. The experiment's stimuli started off pretty tame, culminating in a fairly harsh finale. First off was classical music, a phonographic reproduction of Die Walküre by Wagner. Around a quarter of the subjects indicated interest, with the remaining showing indifference or boredom. Landis noted of the facial expression of a vacant stare in most. In a similar vein, the second stimuli was jazz music, a phonographic reproduction of My Man. The majority of the subjects
Yeah, and the third one's going to be like somebody screaming and getting murdered, I think.
indicated a rhythmic feeling, with around a quarter indicating boredom or indifference. This was shown on the facial expression, with 12 cracking a smile, and the opposite for the remainder of the subjects. The third stimulus was this time visual, with Giorgione's Sleeping Venus and Bulgiero's Birth of Venus. Both images are of unclothed women. Most indicated sex appeal and aesthetic appreciation, with the remaining indicating indifference. The facial expressions are shown to be smiling or smirking. For the fourth stimulus, they were shown paintings of Christ, and the facial expressions were mainly of a frown, which correlated with most indicating sadness, religious feelings or indifference. From the fifth stimulus all the way to the ninth, things started to get a little bit more cruel, starting with vulgar pictures of direct sex appeal. A strip of pictures depicting various adult acts was used. The subjects recorded disgust, repulsion, sex appeal and feelings of absurdity and grotesque. The facial expressions were a mixture of smirking all the way to pure disgust. But interestingly, each subject let out a noticeable gasp when shown the stimuli. The sixth stimulus were pictures to arouse horror or disgust. Illustrations in The Diseases of China by Jeffries and Maxwell were used. I've looked at the book and it is pretty upsetting with some of the images within. Interestingly, because some of the participants were medical students, a high number indicated professional interest, with the second highest being pity. The expression shown is most indicated by a frown and a closed mouth. Number 7 on the list was odours. This consisted of 8 small bottles with various smelling dilute forms of cinnamon oil, spirits of peppermint and others. But the final was the actual interesting item. The bottle was marked syrup of lemon but actually contained ammonia. Needless to say, the reactions to the sweet smelling items resulted in generally happy expressions. But the shock of the ammonia yielded an instant reaction of disgust, followed by a small smile. The penultimate stimulant was a bucket filled with frogs. Each subject was told to put their hand inside and feel around. Instantly, a reaction of disgust was recorded until they were allowed to look inside, when most showed signs of relief and even a small smile. The final stimuli seemed to be the most cruel. It too involved a bucket. It had around 6 inches of water inside, and the subject was told with his right hand to hold onto a metal rod, and with his left hand to feel around in the bucket.
What the?
There was an induction coil placed in the bucket. As soon as the hand touched it, the circuit was complete, and the subject received a substantial electric shock. All of the subject's expressions immediately went to surprise, and in the questionnaire, most indicated surprise and pain. Landis had discovered that he could generate more accurate facial expressions with his initial experiment, but he felt like improvements could be made, and set about planning the next step in his deep dive into expression. He didn't manage to see any universal expression for any of the stimuli, as most of the subjects showed a whole range of slight differences, even including smiling during some of the more shocking situations. Maybe a bigger experiment with more people would help.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams out of market.
Taking what he learnt from the earlier 1924 study, he wanted to create ever more real emotional disturbances and record the facial expressions generated. Furthermore, Landis wanted to make use of as many distinct forms of reaction as possible, culminating in significant emotional upset. Instead of the 9 stimulus categories from the first experiment, he upped it to 17, and some went well beyond the boundary of ethical. Also different in the second experiment was that women would be part of the study, as well as recording of blood pressure. 25 subjects would be used, consisting of 12 men, 12 women, and oddly, 1 male child. Another part that Landis criticised of his original study was that of the setting. You see, he felt that the previous setup felt too much like a laboratory. Well, it was, but that it might have coloured the reactions from his subjects, as they were always aware of the experimental nature of the situation they were in.
So now he wants
this time around, he sought out to make the experimental room more homely. The walls were redecorated, drapes were placed at the window, and several paintings were hung on the walls, so that the final effect gave a minimal suggestion of a laboratory. This time around, the subjects were seated comfortably at the table. Behind stood a large screen which served as a photographic background. At either side of the subject stood a 1000-watt lamp in a diffusing reflector. With this, illumination was possible to take better photographs at any time. A second room was used to house all the equipment, including the camera, which shot images through a small hole in the wall facing the subject. A speaking tube and buzzer was provided between the 2 rooms, so that the experimenter in the subject's room could keep the assistant who was handling the apparatus in step with the procedure. Each subject before the experiment had a front and profile photo taken, and then to assist with facial studying after the experiment, each subject had their faces marked with black lines to highlight certain muscle groups. Then another photograph, both front on and in profile, were taken with a grid placed over the camera to assist with later measuring. Every movement of the head was judged after each stimuli, and notes were made on every visual change of each subject's face. Each participant during the study would be subjected to roughly a 3-hour ordeal, and much like Landis's previous study, each stimuli would increase in severity. But the whole experiment was much better choreographed in order to keep the subject guessing and thus hopefully generate a more genuine reaction to the stimulus. Well, I've spoken around it enough. Let's actually look at the 1924 facial expression study. As I mentioned before, the number of stimuli was increased over the earlier study, and as such, there was some crossover between both experiments. And this was because Landis reused some of the situations. However, he did modify them to achieve a greater reaction. The experiment would start off with the participant signing a slip stating that they would not divulge any information about the situations they will be exposed to. Then the subject would be led into the experiment room by an experimenter, who in most cases would be Landis himself for the men and a female assistant for the women. The aforementioned control photographs were taken and the faces would be marked up. Now, ready, the first stimuli would begin. The first two situations were music. That was aimed to calm any nerves of the participants. For the first 10 minutes, the music was the pop music of the day, jazz. This disarmed the subjects, but things would ramp up in the second section when more complex technical music was played. This was marked by their virtuosity and technique, almost having no melody. Photographs and blood pressure measurements were taken. This would be for every section, although the images would be taken at the closest moment to the reveal of the stimuli.
Whoa, an explosion! It's a trap.
The next section brought an interesting subject into the mix, and that was being requested to read St. Luke 6, 18 to 49 out of the Bible. This required the participant to pick from two pieces of paper with a letter printed on it, a T for truth or L for lie. If L was selected, points of circumstantial evidence attaching the participant to some crime were written on. They were then meant to invent a lie which would clear them of the charges on a cross-examination with the experimenter. If T was chosen, then an alibi was provided for the crime. This situation was used to try and induce anxiety and lengthen the total time of the experiment, as well as assert the experimenter's dominance. This is another carry across from the early experiment again like before, having several bottles with nice smelling fluids within, with the last having ammonia mislabeled again as lemon syrup. Situation 5 would be the first taste of Landis's now trademark of misdirection in order to get a more natural reaction. Landis continues his misleading antics by having the experimenter say the subject had smudged the marks on their face, and as such they would need to reapply them. The experimenter would then go behind the screen. This would be the point they would signal to the other room to get ready for photographs and blood pressure readings. The experimenter then lit and set off a firecracker under the subject's chair. Needless to say, this yielded a shocked expression from the participant. Although shocking, it has so far been a harmless type of diversion, not much more than a high school prank. This one is more bizarre. The subject was given a sheet of paper and a pencil and told to write a full description of the meanest or most contemptible or most embarrassing thing they ever did. As soon as they were finished, the experimenter would then read aloud this confession. Again, embarrassment and anxiety was the aim of the game here. Strangely, Landis wanted to see if he could make a universal joke to invoke a laugh, but this section was promptly removed after the second participant shrugged off the apparent humorous quip. This section, much like the previous experiment, showed pretty unpleasant pictures of various diseases, but this time from the book Atlas der Haut-Krankheiten. Do yourself a favour and don't look it up. I did, and it put me off my dinner. This again seemed a bit like a padding exercise, like the Truth or Lie section 4. but involved distracting the participant whilst they undertook mental arithmetic.
It put me off my
Frustration and annoyance were the name of the game here, but it also helped cement the authority of the experimenter, as they would hold the subject until they got a correct answer. Naughty pictures. Much like before, these were intended to elicit a shock response, with the experimenter insisting that the subject look these over carefully. The pictures were of an illicit nature. Don't forget that these people were from the 1920s and would probably have had a greater shock value. Much like the previous situation, and involving nudity again, it consisted of posed photographs of feminine artists' models. Again, the experimenter would insist on the subject thoroughly looking at the images. Some of the most salubrious excerpts from the book Psychology of Sex were presented to the participants, and again were instructed to read thoroughly. Again, this was another part taken from the previous experiment, but Landis upped the ante once again. He combined this with the electric shock stimuli. The participant would be told to put their hand in the bucket, and after touching the frogs and reacting, the experimenter would then say, "Feel longer, you've missed something." The hand would feel until it touched the electric coil. The coil would discharge a shock. Again, photographs and blood pressure readings would ensue. Although seemingly cruel, the next part is arguably why we're here talking about this experiment in the first place. The table in front of the subject had been covered with a cloth for the 15th scenario. The cloth was removed, revealing a tray and a butcher's knife. The experimenter then brought out a live rat. The instructions were simple but unbelievable. Hold this rat with your left hand and then cut off its head with the knife. 21 of the subjects were given this instruction. Some willingly performed the execution with little prompting. Others offered some resistance, but after continued orders from the experimenter, would eventually capitulate. 15 in total would comply with the authority figure and execute the beheading. 5 who would completely refuse would then have to witness the experimenter perform the task themselves. One of the subject's beheadings, as Landis would later note in his paper, for various reasons was not performed. Little did he know that Landis had stumbled upon inventing a behavioural study of obedience, some 40 years before the infamous Milgram experiment. Clearly, Landis found electric shocks to be pretty handy in psychological experimentation, as he managed to wrangle it in again. The subject's arm was connected to an armband and a stethoscope. Both of these were attached to an inductorium. The subject was given a card which had 2 numbers printed on it, and told to multiply these mentally while they received electrical distraction. The electric shocks were increased and decreased in order to wear the subject down. Landis would later write, "This situation, following the long grind of the other situations, brought about a very real disturbance." The electric shocks continued either in Landis's own words, some very real emotional expression was given, or it was apparent that the subject would not give away any marked expression. Which makes you wonder how long this would have gone on for. Only one person was actually able to correctly answer the multiplication question. This one is also a little bit cruel. The experimenter was step behind a curtain and make some loud noises, as though preparing for another situation. After enough stress was exerted on the subject, the experimenter would step out and say, "Well, that finishes it. Just as soon as we get the final blood pressure and respiration records, you are through." The final situation was to see the effects of sudden relief after a period of stress. The experiment generated tremendous amounts of data, hundreds of observations, and around 711 photographs to sift through. Landis and his assistant started working their way through each photo, discounting any that did not show any discernible reaction.
NFL Sunday Ticket is now starting at $39 for the rest of the 23 season. So, you can watch your favorite team in the race to the playoffs. even if you're the only fan around. Sign up now.
After sifting through all the data, Landis settled on a 17-point summary of the experiment, and it was a real mixed bag. He concluded that he did see a difference between the genders in their reaction to the same stimuli. He claimed that men were more animated than their female counterparts. He categorised the main facial expressions to pain, surprise, anger, exasperation, crying, disgust, sexual excitement, and revolting, but did not see any uniform reaction across all the subjects. And essentially the study failed to meet one of its key questions, if there were certain facial expressions for each emotion, but there was not. We are, after all, individuals, and the way we react to things, unsurprisingly, is individual. But Landis's results were not really the most important part of the experiment. It was his unknowing discovery which has gone down in history. The setup of an experimenter and an experimentee inadvertently led the study down the path of showing the human condition of obedience of authority. 15 out of the 21 beheaded the rat. Something that many people, I'm sure, even in 1924, thought to be a severe action. Not something many would be willing to do, be it on moral grounds or just from being squeamish. But someone with authority nudging them was all that was needed to end the poor rodent's life. This is where the ethical concerns also come into play, as it could be considered animal cruelty to kill for no other reason than to kill. Even the deaths of the rats weren't swift. In Landis's notes, he said, "The effort and attempt to hurry usually resulted in a rather awkward and prolonged job of decapitation." Another big criticism comes from the fact the participants were essentially exposed to some low-level psychological torture, with the writing down secrets, electric shocks, animal murder, and scaring them with unexpected loud noises. Unsurprisingly, the most striking photos were from the shock and surprise situations. Using a male experimenter for the male participants and a female for the female participants also makes the results problematic. Really, there needed to be a control group and a much larger study group. Nearly all the participants were from a university background and did not represent a good section of society. Also, and on top of all those concerns, it was seemingly like Landis wanted to break almost every ethical issue. He even had one child participant, which brings up the problem for just this one subject of informed consent. Needless to say, Carney Landis and his experiment has aged to history like a fine 1-pint bottle of milk. This period in history was a bit of a wild west for psychiatry experiments, with the Baby Albert experiment just 4 years earlier in 1920, and the Gaia and Donald experiment just after in the early 1930s. The animal and human cruelty elements of this study definitely wouldn't get past the board nowadays, and the experiment didn't really further the study of emotions much. The controversial experiment did not, however, affect Landis's career, where he would release multiple papers and books, even interestingly speaking out about the issues with psychosurgery. He would spend most of his career working at Columbia University from 1932 to his retirement in 1959, but sadly he wouldn't enjoy his retirement for too long, as he would die in 1962. I'm going to rate this subject between a 5 on my ethical scale and a 6. For reference, 1 being no problems and 10 being pure evil. Where would you rate it? Let me know. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in the currently sunny corner of southeast London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of odds and sods, as well as photographs of other things, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching.
unbreakable. They scared to face the truth because they hate the view. They taste the juice. I hope it make them puke. I'm breaking loose. Should I throw up the deuce or should I wave the deuce? In 1982, my mama take me to a space
shuttle. The Robber's Cave. The Robber's Cave experiment? Whoa, hot girls. Hot girls. This girl got a big old tattoo on her forehead. What the? 20 circus monsters that actually existed. The Horrors of Plum Island. Hybrids, human experiments, and weaponized. Raised his brother and sister. A monkey and a... I watched this one already. The Pit of Despair. Man loses it when he realizes he's the murder suspect. The most twisted case you've ever heard. That blood pizza was delicious. What the heck? Teenage serial killer thinks she can manipulate the police.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter? Here's how a former NASA engineer from Michigan is taking on the billion-dollar heating industry with an invention that's helping families around the country stay warm inside this.
This is 17-year-old Cassandra Bjorg. Cassandra is about to be interrogated by the police regarding the violent murder of both of her grandparents. As the detectives uncover the truth about what happened, they will begin to realize that they are talking with a heartless serial killer.
Americans here. I don't think I've met you before, have I? No. You remember my name?
This girl's creepy looking already.
Coolness. Really?
Swear. That's probably why I was class clown 25.
Miss Coolness. That's a pretty.
Miss Coolness, Shannon Coolness, whatever you want.
We really need a flare gun.
That's pretty. I mean, you look familiar.
Yeah.
But I couldn't like.
Well, we do have another eye of food.
Let's see if Big Man wants this. I have to use the little girl's room. He'll be right back in with you. No. Don't spit in this drink.
I won't.
Let's do some surface.
Is anything in that bag gonna help you? Right now? No, because it's not utensil.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab it and put it out here.
Okay.
You need anything, just hop.
Okay.
Cassandra's grandparents, Randall and Wendy Bjorg, had taken her in when she was 16. Cassandra was a problem child, and her grandparents hoped that they could straighten her out. Within the first year that Cassandra was staying with them, the police would be called over 30 times. Cassandra would continuously run away from their home, and on one occasion, she assaulted her grandmother. As time went on, Cassandra would begin dating 19-year-old Johnny Ryder, and she was able to convince him to help her kill her grandparents.
What type of music you listen to?
I like well, not everything. I'm pretty open-minded.
You don't like country, do you?
I don't like country. I really don't like country.
We can be friends then. I'm not in the country.
I've tried, but no. It doesn't. I can't vibe with it. How am I so full?
But I'm not in.
See, we told you.
Well, you have been in a hospital and you're eating
building
hospital food, so.
This makes me so disappointed.
I don't know.
McDonald's, they butter her up, they become friends with her. They're gonna go into good cop, bad cop.
Hospital food like was messing me up.
You did talk a lot of smack, though.
I can't eat this whole thing.
I'm not gonna make
I don't want to get you sick.
I'm not gonna make you throw it up. It's alright. You can drink your frappuccino. It's a digestive.
Yeah, you got a digestant. You mean
I used to swim
make you poop?
too.
Oh yeah?
Diuretic? She said
quite a little athlete, huh?
I wanted to play baseball or softball. I've also done soccer.
But instead, I murdered my grandma.
Maybe a little bit of tennis.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna go to prison.
The detectives do their best to make Cassandra comfortable. They buy her food, and they talk about her hobbies, and they even laugh at jokes with her as if they had been friends for a while.
Yeah.
After they finish their meal, the detectives begin talking about why Cassandra is there.
Well, obviously,
you're here because you
I'm the guy kind of in charge of what's been going on, I guess, the past week, okay? I talked to Ryan, Investigator Ryan Thurman, or Investigator Thurman.
Investigator
the guy that you talked to yesterday, I guess.
Oh, was he... How can I describe it? Was he like the tall...
He's a short, no, he's a short
The
dude.
shorter one? Okay, so he was the direct attorney?
It's another blood moon? Why is it a blood moon every night now?
I worked with him before. He was helping me with the case that
What
I had
the-
with my stepdad.
Yeah. What do you think of that tall guy?
Oh my god.
He was okay. I feel like I've met him before.
Why is it a blood moon every
I
night?
met him when I went to court once.
They're gonna kill Dylan
He
again.
was okay.
Dylan, keep the doors closed. Don't let these fools in our house.
Sort of weirdo?
Sort of weird.
And you remember when I came in yesterday, I just asked you a couple questions?
Yeah.
Remember I made fun of myself because your Graham's password was 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
4?
Yeah. It was. I always did that with all of my phones. I don't like complicated passwords. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I used to do all zeros.
That's it.
Great, now we know all your passwords.
Well, I don't want, kind of to make you upset or make you relive anything, but I just got some follow-up
Dylan,
questions.
are you
I
gonna
would
be
ask
okay
you.
down there? What are you
Do you
doing,
remember when you read your rights and all that?
They're breaking in the door, waving a 4-4.
Did you understand
all
all
you
that?
heard was Papa don't hit me no more.
Well, I'm just going to read them again just to make sure that I guess he read them right. You never know. And then I just like to ask you some questions, no stress, and then go
No
over some
stress,
stuff.
no
Is
stress,
that cool?
no stress. Get out of here, zombies!
And I guess how your boyfriend Johnny, how long did you date that dude for?
That dude?
Like 3 months.
How long you date that dude, Johnny?
Was you guys,
Johnny
you
helped
and
you
Johnny
murder
pretty
your
tight? Did you
grandparents?
have feelings for him, or just kind of a boyfriend type thing, or?
I have feelings. I still have feelings for him.
I gotcha.
I care about him.
I guess I'm gonna ask a corny question.
Hate to see what you do to people you don't care about.
This is what he told me. After Tybee, we went to Atlanta, and we were on like this,
A-Town, shouty.
I don't know,
A-Town,
it was like this
shouty.
parking lot thing, and we got to see like the
Don't
whole
move to
city.
Atlanta.
And he told me that when we were sitting up there, that like for a second he looked at me and I looked at him, and he told me that all he could see was just me and then purple around me. And he said like purple
This is
is
all
like a
real
sign of
nice and
love.
sweet, but let's get
And he
to
said,
the
like,
murder.
ever since then, like it was like love at first sight or something.
That's kind of cute though.
I don't know. I mean, he got married to like this crazy bitch, and then
Oh,
now
crazy
she's
bitch.
like saying that I'm stalking her when I've only met the girl like
You're
twice.
a murderer.
Yeah,
You murdered
talked to
a
Johnny
guy.
a couple days ago, and just talking to him, I think she definitely was crazy. So
Is he okay?
yeah, he's fine. So,
Is he-
Well, he's not. At
his
least he
regards
ain't
and all that
dead.
stuff. So
Is he
Like
is
your
he doing
grandma.
Okay? Was he-
no, he's fine. Yeah, he actually is better off than you. You know, they weren't.
He's
weren't
better off
he-
than your grandma, that's for
he did.
sure. She did.
He didn't.
Really?
Mhm.
Man, I could have sworn
She
he
did
did
not
worse
get
than
run
me,
over
'cause
by
I
a
remember
rainbow,
when
a
we were
reindeer.
in the bathroom, because he did it with me
Mhm.
too. He kept going, and I kept telling him to stop. So
Yeah, his maybe this tougher skin. I don't really know.
Right before Cassandra and Johnny had been caught, they decided they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives in jail. As SWAT was approaching the apartment building they were in, they both attempted to take their own lives. Fortunately, the police were able to get them to a hospital, and the doctors were able to save their lives. After hundreds of stitches and casts on both arms,
Great, so now taxpayers
Cassandra was
can
allowed
pay
to
for
leave
them
the
for the rest of
hospital
their
and go
life.
straight to the police station.
So I guess let's start from scratch about what happened, starting from when you ran away. I guess is that the 31st? Do you remember, or 28th or something like that?
I don't really. Was it? I
don't
didn't
know
really
days.
run away. My grandma like kicked me out.
Okay.
Cause like this is what
So
happened.
you murdered her.
I was chilling with Johnny and my other friend Sabrina, and I came home because it was time
Yo,
for
the rain
curfew,
is red.
Because I didn't want to violate my probation, so I came home.
Oh, she's
and
already on
my grandpa
probation.
was asleep, and my grandma got really mad at me, and she was like saying like, "Oh, if you don't like it here, we're just gonna find somewhere else for you to stay." And she just said that out of the blue. Like she just got really mad for some reason. And so I was just like, if you're gonna find another place for me to stay, I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna find somewhere else to go. So.
And this was basically when you took off, you came back, your grandparents were home, and I guess that's when you had that argument?
Wait, what?
So you just had an argument with your grandma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Then I left.
I'm sorry, I gotcha. And then when you left, where'd you go to?
I was just staying with Johnny. Like, we were sleeping in his car.
And then, so you're kicking it with Johnny. Where are you kicking it with him at?
We were just all over the place, Bailey. We were just trying to find something to do, just keep,
trying to find a
just
grandma to murder.
because we don't want to just sit around and do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, we were finding, like, people to chill with and go to the mall or something.
Was it all your friends you were chilling with, or all his friends, or a combination? Or?
It was sort of like combination between both.
Who are your friends? Is it just Sabrina, or you got other?
I mean, I only have like one other friend, Izzy.
Izzy.
I don't like chilling with like a lot of people, just because I don't trust a lot of people.
I'm the same way. I literally only have a couple friends myself, so she's one of them.
That's sad.
So you, so I guess when do you decide to go back to your grandparents' house?
He's making her
in the
feel
middle
a
of the night?
false sense of
It was like a couple
over
days
that
after, like 2 or 3 days.
Mm-hmm. You remember Saturday, Sunday? Do you have an exact?
I don't really remember. Like I didn't really even know like what day it was.
I'm getting all kinds of more
that we
banners.
went into the house.
And before you did that, did you and Johnny meet up somewhere at a park or something and talk about what was going on?
We went to Beach Ridge Park and we talked about it. At first, it wasn't my idea at first.
Mm-hmm. How did you even get? I guess what was said. How did you even bring up? What was the context?
He first asked me, "Are you afraid to die?"
Mm-hmm.
And I said no. And then I asked him, "Are you afraid to die?" And he said no. And he was just talking about how we could like run away together, that kind of like dream. And he asked me, he was like, "Would you kill your grandparents?"
Damn.
And I kind of like hesitated for a minute. And I was like, "Why?"
Because your grandma's
like, I don't know. I mean, because he knows probably everything that I've been through. With
Don't kill grandma.
Family. And he understands that,
there's a
all
bride.
I really wanted to do was just kind of get away from everything, kind of just move on.
Oh, she
with
got some
myself.
health on
Like,
her.
I
She got some health
having
on
a good
her.
relationship with my grandparents.
We got the wedding dress.
It started getting really bad, like that I got a charge from them because, like I fought them, I might have broken like my grandpa's ribs when, for that charge for simple assault and simple battery, and it just got really worse. We just kept arguing all the time, and then I don't know. I guess
This is ridiculous. It's a blood moon
just
every
seemed
night
different. They didn't look at me the same anymore. Like they didn't. I don't know. It's like the vibe that they have was like they didn't really know what to do. They didn't really know like how to like be around me. I guess they didn't really know how to talk to me. So I didn't really know like how to talk to them either. So it was just a really hard.
It was a big age difference too.
She killed her grandma. What do you mean?
And then before all of the stuff happened with my parents, like they treated me so much differently. They had they trusted me. I could have done anything at their house. Like I was free and I loved going over there. And it wasn't like I was actually like living there, so because I was with my parents, so I never like ever had that feeling. But even though I did live with them before, I don't know, it kind of just like changed throughout like the whole time that I was with them. So I don't know, I kind of just.
What's down there?
Park.
Yeah.
Little zombie guy.
When you guys met at the park, did he ever go over the actual plan on how you guys would do it or anything like that, or like what was that about?
Well, I mean, we were just trying to figure out how to get money, and because he said that he might have had a warrant, and I didn't know if I had a warrant because, my grandma kicked me out, and then she did the same thing that my mom did. Like my mom would kick me out then like a couple days later she would call the cops saying that I ran away when I didn't. Like sometimes like she would physically force me out of the house. Because like sometimes like I would just be like, Mom, like why are you doing this? And then she would like literally like grab my stuff and push me out the door and then call the cops on me. So I felt like that's what like my grandma did and I didn't know. So I was already figuring that I had a warrant or something that I already violated probation. And Johnny was saying that he might have already like violated probation because he thought his mom called the cops on him or something. I don't know, but how we started talking about it was like we started out like with what time should we go over to the house, how are we gonna do this, like what materials do we need to do this. So we started talking about
she
that.
looked like a little dame.
So we decided to go around like midnight or 1:30 because my grandma normally went to sleep around like 11:30, 12. So
it's premeditated.
We decided we would park down the road.
Oh, you going away for life,
the park
sweetheart.
was literally like right behind my backyard, like the neighborhood park.
Better call Saul. Better lawyer
I was
up.
able to go through the park and then cut through my backyard because there was a fence. Like there was the trees, then there was my fence, and then there was the house. So you could easily go through the trees, and then there was the little gate that you could go through. I didn't even think you could even open it.
Yeah, how'd you guys move that cement? Isn't there like a cement block or cinder block or something?
Yeah, it was pretty easy to move. Like I was able to push the door out a little bit, and then it was stuck, but I was able to maneuver my body over to get in the, into the other side, and then I just moved the cement block over so Johnny could get through, and then I moved it back.
Cassandra claims that Johnny planned her grandparents' murder, but the truth is, Cassandra was the mastermind behind everything.
Always.
Cassandra is about to tell the detectives everything that happened before and after the murders took place.
Tell 'em.
She will
Snitch on
explain
yourself.
how she killed her grandparents and then lived in their home for several days with the
Damn.
bodies. Unfortunately,
Chilling with
the
the
story
bodies.
doesn't end at her grandparents' home because Cassandra planned on killing more people.
Repeat after me. I will never steal from the weak, the vulnerable again.
This is a beekeeper. A special program.
Why can't I put these on the wall up here?
When the system is corrupt, I correct it.
The Beekeeper, rated R.
Y'all were living out of his car. Did he have a lot of clothes in his car that he would change into?
Yeah.
Okay.
He already had clothes in his car.
Okay. But did he have different shoes, or did he kind of just keep one pair of shoes on?
He had different shoes. He had a bunch of stuff in his car.
Okay.
It's kind of like Mary Poppins.
Okay,
That's a good frame of
you got some good
reference.
analogies. I like
Yeah.
that. So when you guys made it to the back door or the back gate, what'd you guys do next? How'd you move up to the house?
Well, we went up the stairs.
The decking stairs?
Yeah,
Okay.
the back deck. And my grandma was still up because we got there a little bit early. So we went back down and we were kind of just chilling over where,
The shed is?
yeah, we were just chilling by the shed. And then we saw that the lights turned out, and then we just stayed outside for a little bit longer just to, wait. And then I already had the keys to my house because I already had a set of keys, so I was able to unlock the back door. And then that just made everything easier.
And as back door, do you mean the bottom back door? Or so you're still talking about the door on steps?
Yeah,
Okay.
when you go up the back, on the back deck, there's two doors. There's a door on the left and a door on the right, and I went to the door on the right because the door on the left had a sensor on it, like one of those
Beep beep or whatever?
yeah,
Okay.
the
Candy cane
door
hook?
4 open something like that.
One of the ones that kind of announces each door. Okay. But the one you guys went into didn't have it.
Yeah, I was able to take that one out because it was a really old alarm system. They had this alarm system for
trunk,
years,
tree
and
shirt,
all you had to
tree
do was
mask.
just you had to push this little button just to open it, and then just take the battery out. And I already
I
took
look
the
like a
battery out,
Christmas tree.
a while ago,
What was that for? You taking the battery out?
just
then?
to sneak out.
Okay.
And plus, I hated that thing that went off every time. It got so annoying.
I bet.
So then you guys are at that back door now. You're the first one to kind of walk inside there, or how do you? Okay.
So there was stuff in front of the door because my grandma normally would block off the back door. So, but I was able to open, so I unlocked the back door. I was able to open the back door a little bit and not have the stuff in front of the door fall and, you know, make a noise. So I was able to like maneuver in, and then I moved the stuff in front of the door, and then I got Johnny in. And then we closed the door and locked it.
And then would you guys kind of just hang out downstairs, or did you start moving upstairs? Or?
We went upstairs. We didn't immediately go upstairs. Like, we went to the stairs, and then we were like just listening, just hearing what was going on.
How did this guy get in my house?
We thought everything was good.
Stop.
And then we went upstairs and.
Hold on. Did you guys have anything in your hands, or you just?
Yeah, I had what's it called? It's one of those car tools.
Is it to do a tire, or
yeah,
is it
tire
to fix
iron. It was a tire iron. So I had one of those.
Where'd you get that at?
Johnny's car. He had one in his car.
His Honda or whatever.
And Johnny just used his fist, and he brought a black book bag that had duct tape in it, and it had the tire iron in it, and it had gloves in it, because we were also wearing gloves too.
What kind of gloves?
They were like
hospital gloves or regular?
Hospital
okay.
gloves.
What color were they? You remember?
Blue.
Okay.
Ish. Yeah, they were blue.
Okay.
So
now you guys are at the stairs, starting to go up the stairs.
Yeah.
You actually had the tire iron in your hand, or is it still in the book bag?
I had the tire iron in my hand. You know, we got it out before we went inside the house. So I had it in my hand. And Johnny didn't have any weapon. He just used his fist.
Okay.
So, and then...
So who's first up the stairs? Is it you and he's kind of following you, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I go up the stairs. He goes into my grandpa's room, and then I go into my grandma's room. And yeah.
And then do you hear kind of what's going on over there? And does that kind of cue you off to with your grandmother there?
Hey,
yeah,
thank you, sir.
he started going at it, and then, you know.
Thank you, sir. Keeper teeper. Thank you, sir. How does JS watch this to this day? I like criminal psychology. I like listening to these psychos tell their story about what drove them to do what they do. I don't know.
I could hear my grandpa just yelling, you know, them fighting, and then I started getting the rush, and then, you know, like, that's when I started hitting my grandma. She started, like, screaming and stuff, and...
Was that the first hit?
Yeah.
The back of the head?
Yeah. She bit me.
She bit you?
I took a picture of that yesterday, right?
Yeah, she bit me in my finger, too, but I forgot which finger.
Well, you murdered
It was on
her.
my right hand. I think it was either, like, my middle finger, or it was that one.
And when you and your grandmother used to get into it, that's kind of how did she bite you before to kind of get you off her or whatnot?
Yeah, she's bitten me before.
Well, she's bitten you
She's
before.
a biter.
Too.
Yeah, I haven't bitten her, but she's bitten me before.
Okay.
You murdered her.
Like when you guys are in it, or did you just
Yeah.
come up and bite you?
No, like when we were in it.
Okay.
Like I had this mark on my hand from where she bit me for a while.
Where did she bite you that night? On your finger?
Yeah.
Anywhere else?
On my arm, where they took the picture of it, and then that was it.
So you're in the bedroom with your grandmother. When do you meet back up with Johnny? Do you leave your grandmother there, or kind of what happens?
So I started hitting my grandma, and I already had duct tape, and then, you know, Johnny's doing his thing. And,
what's his thing?
You know, I stopped hearing Johnny doing whatever, and
cutting her up.
So he comes in the room with me and my grandma, and, you know, he helps me, like, tie up my grandma with the duct tape. And
that's duct tape.
How did you do that?
Tie.
Just her hands, or?
I got her hands, I got her whole head, and then I got her ankles.
Okay, with her hands.
No, it's behind her back.
Oh, you're going to prison for life.
And Johnny helped you tie her up?
Yeah, I mean, I mostly did it, but I needed, like, a little bit of help because, you know, she was, like, you know, moving around and stuff, and so he helped me a little bit, and then he went back into my grandpa's room, and then...
What were you doing when you went back in your grandpa's room?
I was still with my grandma, and then...
In her room?
Yeah, and then I dragged her into my grandpa's room, and then Johnny asked me to go get some knives. So I got some knives from downstairs in the kitchen, and I got 3 big butcher knives. I asked her for the code to her safe because I already knew that she had a safe in her closet. I just didn't know it was in the safe. So, I mean...
Did she tell you?
Yeah, I mean, like, she kept saying, like, I'll give you money, I'll give you my keys, you know, I'll give you anything you want.
Just don't murder me.
Yeah, she just kept
Was she able to talk with the duct tape around her face?
Yeah, like, she was like, mumbling. You could still understand her, but, like, at the same time, you couldn't.
Like, it wasn't like her mouth was shut. Like, almost as if...
That's crazy.
It was like that.
Okay. Almost as if, like, she could still move her mouth enough to make the words behind the tape. Okay.
So we left my grandma sitting there on the floor, and then I got the code to the safe. So Johnny's watching my grandpa and my grandma, and I'm over.
How'd you get that code? Did she tell you guys, or?
She told us.
Okay.
So she told us the code, and you know, I went in the closet.
Oh my God, this girl needs to get smacked. No, I'm not going on Discord tonight. Sorry.
Because that's where they kept the safe. So, you know, I go in there, you know, I'm checking out all the stuff, and I grab the book bag, and I just start stuffing the book bag with everything, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there was
Dig Dug
envelopes
and
just
Diablo?
filled with money. There was probably about, like
Minecraft
$1,000
and
that
Dig
we
Dug.
found in that safe that they were just saving. And...
Did you know about that money, or you just said no?
Well, my grandma, it was kind of weird. Like, she was kind of giving me, like, an idea about it before. Like, she was saying, what if I just gave you $1,000? Would that just make the world a better place? I'm just like, no, I don't want $1,000, you know? So, you know, she kept saying that, and then, like,
Grandma.
when I saw it, I was just like, wow, she actually had $1,000 in her safe. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, you should
So
have
you
just
guys
said
put that
yes,
stuff in
Grandma.
the bag, and
Give me
then
the money, and I'll leave.
Basically, Johnny's in your grandpa's room with your grandpa and your grandma in the room. Do you come back in there and say, hey, I got this stuff? Or what? Okay.
Yeah, I go back into the room, and I tell them that I got the stuff, and so after that...
Where'd the audio go?
And then we dragged my grandma into the bathroom.
She said she cut her throat. They edited it out.
And
What was the reason for that? Just to bring her to the bathroom?
yeah, I don't know why we brought her back into the bathroom. I guess we didn't want to bring her into the bedroom.
Okay.
So we just brought her into the bathroom. And then, yeah. And then Johnny...
Are flat. Technically.
And she, it was kind of creepy because she was like scared to die. Like she shitted herself and peed herself.
How did she?
It was kind of gross. That was really.
So you said the last blow though.
She said she peed herself. It was kind of gross.
Last hit with the tire iron. And who did that? You were Johnny.
Johnny.
Excuse me. And then did you guys pretty much just leave the upstairs, or?
Yeah. Well, we were just. After that, then we closed the doors, and then we were just checking around, seeing if everything was okay. And then I started grabbing my clothes and start stuffing bags with my clothes. And then Johnny's, you know, walking around doing his thing, checking to make sure that they were both dead, and checking to make sure if we didn't forget anything. And yeah, then we left, and then we came back to the house.
When you guys left, where'd you guys go to?
We went over to like Kroger or Publix to go get something to eat. And then we went back
I'm
to the
hungry.
house.
I gotta.
Just kind of like chilled there.
It's a hard day of
Did
work.
you guys kind of
Murdering
just
grandma.
stay in the house
Gotta
then,
get a.
Yeah, it was kind of both. We were kind
Go
of
to
like
Kroger
in
and
and
get
out
some sushi.
of the house for a couple days. It was just me and him. We didn't tell anyone.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I told
it was just
my
you and him because you
friends that
murdered
my
your grandparents.
grandparents went on a vacation for like 2 weeks.
Did you call some of your friends ever and say, hey, if you guys want to come over? Because I
have a
spoke
party,
to some
I
people,
killed my
and that's
grandparents.
just the rumor going out. They said, hey, if you guys want to come over, not for a party or anything, but, you know, I got some money, grandparents are out of town. Yeah.
How much did
After
she get out
the
of the
murders
safe?
took place, Cassandra and Johnny lived in the home and went about their normal lives. Cassandra went to her karate lessons while Johnny hung out with his friends.
Karate.
They would
A
spend
girl
their days
doing
shopping.
karate. There's nothing more pointless than a girl doing karate. Did you use karate when you murdered your grandparents? I hope you use your karate when you're in prison for the rest of your life, chick. Guess what? It's not going to help you.
and dining at various restaurants. Then they would go home and spend the night only a few feet away from the bodies. The couple continued living like this until they decided they wanted to murder Johnny's family next.
Oh snap.
This
Did
is
they
called
kill
a snap
Johnny's family
indenture
too?
or an overdenture. This is on the upper
Or no,
jaw.
she has no
and I can
remorse.
just snap these teeth.
Conversation where you guys had that and you were talking about maybe getting out of town and stuff like that, starting your new life, starting over and whatnot.
Yeah.
How come you guys did stay?
Well, because this was the plan. First, we were gonna get my grandparents. Ooh.
You hot? You hot?
Yeah, I want to give her the smushy things.
Okay.
Smushy things. Stress
Your
balls.
exercise stuff.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so the reason why we stayed in town was
got some
because the plan
smushies?
was we were gonna get both of our families. That's why.
Hold on, what?
Okay, so the plan was that we were both gonna get both of our families, but first we got my grandparents. Then that's why we went over to Johnny's house and we attacked his sister and her boyfriend because he wanted to kill his family.
Okay.
So that's like, we stayed in town for a couple days because, we wanted to get some money.
How do these people find each other? Like, where are they from? One girl who wants to kill her grandparents. Okay, I get that. And she convinces a guy to go along with her for it. But then how do you find two people who both want to murder their whole family? Or is it that after murdering her grandparents, he got a taste for it? And he's like, oh, she got a bunch of money. She's got a house now. She's free. She's alone. I want the same thing. So she, influenced him. Also wonder what the ages of these two are. They might have said it. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I'm almost right back at the surface again.
We wanted to get ready to leave. And then that plan, just going over to his house, kind of just it didn't work out at all. It went downhill from there.
No, there seems to be a pretty big gap.
Yeah.
Still though, between your grandparents and then attacking his sister and the boyfriend.
Mhm.
Was that kind of in the plan?
Yeah.
To try to get away with it for the week and then kill them?
Well, we were really going on a week
Plan.
thing. It was kind of just a day-to-day kind of thing. What are we
Yeah,
going
you
to do
think
today?
these kids had a plan?
Sort of thing. But we wanted to get out of town as soon as possible.
Okay.
But just how it all just kind of timed out. Thank you so much. Didn't really
Oh, they're Japanese stress balls.
It just, I don't know. It didn't really work out as we planned it to be.
Maybe not.
Okay.
So
there was no. So you guys basically stayed in town after your grandparents because the plan was then to kill Johnny's family and maybe get some more money?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't like a set schedule on Saturday at 5:55 p.m. we're gonna go kill him, but more of a day-to-day thing?
Yeah, we were just planning on doing it at night mainly.
Okay. So what made you guys pick that night that you did it? And not any of the other nights before? Was anybody gonna be at the house that shouldn't have been, or were you waiting on someone in particular to be there with them? Who's in Johnny's family? Does he got a mom and a dad?
Just a mom, 2 sisters, and that's it.
Okay.
And
Damn, Johnny.
yeah, we were really planning on what time. We were just kind of just going how it went, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Just seeing how it would go, and then it just kind of really downhill from there.
Okay.
With the bear spray and everything, the baseball bat.
The what spray?
We had bear repellent that we bought from Bass Pro Shop.
What was that for?
For just to
Murder somebody?
get them away or to kind of knock them out.
Okay.
That stuff is strong.
Yeah.
This stuff, oh my gosh.
We have to get sprayed with the obviously non-bear spray,
Mhm.
and that stuff is strong. So did you spray it on him?
Yeah, we both did. Johnny did more. He sprayed more because my bottle stopped working for some reason. So I couldn't
User error.
use it, and
Probably user error.
It was so crazy. It was just all a rush. It was just the spray was going everywhere, and it was your eyes were burning, your whole body was burning. It was so painful.
And who did you guys spray? Who got sprayed with that?
Who did you murder?
One of Johnny's sisters and her boyfriend.
Was anybody else home?
No.
Okay. Were you waiting on them to get home?
Yeah.
Like that was the plan?
Yeah.
Because you obviously waited at your house to make sure Grandma went to bed, and to both obviously. I assume your intention was to catch them while they were sleeping?
Yeah.
And then with Johnny's house, you went before everybody else got back for the night?
Yeah, because like our plan was like...
Why didn't you want to attack them while they were sleeping?
I'm not sure why we didn't do that, but he kind of said it would be a lot easier if we kind of just waited for them to each come home, so we could each of them
One at a
just
time.
knock them out. Yeah, and it didn't really go like that.
Okay.
Did you guys talk much about the incident actually at Johnny's or no?
No, we kind of segued into it just because I was wondering why they stayed in town so long, but I didn't realize that was the reason, was because they were planning on killing Johnny's family too.
Mm-hmm.
Whose idea was that? Was that also talked about at Peachtree Ridge Park?
Yes, that was Johnny's idea, because then that's the reason why you asked
my
me.
neighbor a quarter
if I
to
wanted
play
to
my
kill my
NES.
grandparents.
She
He
is what
wanted
they
to
call a
already kill his family.
sociopath. I got called a sophisticated sociopath by a judge one time when I was a kid. I don't really believe in those words, but yes, you are correct. She is what they would call a sociopath. But they would call me a sociopath too.
He was like, "Let's be Bonnie and Clyde."
You said that?
Yeah. I was like, okay.
That's what I first said when, because I'm the one that got called out to the scene initially, and that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. So.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Have you seen the movies?
Of course.
You have or you haven't?
Yes, of course I have.
Of course.
Well, I'm too young. I didn't
I'm
think.
29 and I haven't.
Thank you.
Yeah, my mom was really into like old movies, so
Okay.
as I was a child, I used to watch like a lot of old movies.
I guess with your grandparents, then we can move on to Johnny's. I mean, was there like ever a snapping point, or, I mean, do you feel bad about what happened? Do you think she deserves what happened, or what? You know, how are you feeling right now? I'm not in your shoes.
With
you know?
my grandparents?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel terrible. I mean, I feel like
You don't seem like
the
you
worst
feel
person
terrible.
on the planet, but at the same
You
time,
kind of are.
it was
One
kind
of
of
the
just
worst.
like, I don't know. I mean,
Killed your little old grandma.
there was so much stuff going on between me and my grandparents already. Like I couldn't handle it anymore, you know, like
Wow.
Like he said with his follow-up question though, I mean, did they deserve it? Did Grandma deserve it? Did Grandpa deserve it? Or was it kind of just more getting away from your own family?
it was more kind of just getting away.
So you don't think that Grandma did anything?
I mean, I was pretty pissed at her for, you know, the couple times that, you know, like, she would call the cops on me for, you know, no reason sometimes, or like, just like, a lot of the stuff that she would say would be really offensive because it would be about my mom.
Who did you...
Calling her a sociopath gives her an excuse. She's not a sociopath. She's just possessed by demons. She got wicked spirits in her that came probably from her grandma and her mom and her dad and her family. They didn't protect her as a child right from those spirits, and she got opened up to it at some point, and she got the evil spirit of murder. It's much worse than the smoking evil spirit, but the same spirit. But no, it's not sociopathy. It's really not a real thing. It's not psychopathy. There's no such thing. There isn't even a such diagnosis of psychopathy. These are just words they make up to try to explain why people do what they do, because they don't want to take any supernatural aspects like spirituality into it, and demons and evil. So they call it sociopath. And then that's how you have murderers getting to go to a nice little cushy insane asylum. I don't think sociopaths actually get the insanity plea. Usually they still get hit with a pretty stiff sentence. But yeah, all that's just giving psychologists something to do, something to make their degree worth the paper it's printed on. Yo, did her hands get burnt or something? Yo, I have to tell you a story that my brother went through. He got surgery, and when he got anesthesia, he started hearing voices to kill people. 10 men and 6 women took to hold him down. Damn. He was drugged up. He was on them drugs. I know. I want to get some dang anesthesia. This stuff looks lit. I love watching people coming out of anesthesia. Videos. They're pretty funny. I'm just digging for no reason. Just digging. Hoping to find something nice. Hoping to find anything nice. There's nothing nice in here. Nothing nice. A random skeleton in a hole. How did this guy get trapped in this hole? I don't know. It almost looks like they're begging me to go that way. Or straight down. Looks like a nutsack. Pause. Hey, it's daytime. Okay. Well, that was a bunch of digging for nothing. There's nothing over there. I need to get to the end of the map.
You have because your grandparents are essentially your parents at this point.
Yeah.
And they've been taking care of you for how many years, and you live with them. It's a day-to-day thing.
Mm-hmm.
Who did you have a more contentious relationship with? Who was the one you were butting heads with all the time?
My grandma.
Your grandma more so than your grandpa?
Yeah, I couldn't talk to my grandpa. I did not have a real good relationship with him. Before we did, but then I don't know, I wasn't able to talk to him as much, and he kind of pushed me out.
Pushed you out of his life a little bit. Do you think that maybe
he probably was scared you were going to murder him?
You get your grandma and he get your grandpa, or did you want to kind of get your grandma yourself because of your relationship, like your strained relationship?
It was sort of Johnny's idea more.
Don't try to blame Johnny now.
I don't know. I don't think he deserved it, but
look at that tree on that random.
I just wanted to get away from all of that, I was so tired of dealing with my family. It felt like I didn't even have a family. It felt like they weren't there. Even though they tried to help, it's just the way that they were kind of doing it was I don't know, it didn't really work out. So I don't know. I started feeling.
Was your mom ever part of the plan?
Of killing them? Mm-hmm. I wanted to.
Was it something you and Johnny discussed, or is it something you just thought of?
Well, we did discuss it, but then Johnny was like, no, we can't waste our time. Then and I was like, okay.
Can't just be killing
but
everybody.
I wanted to.
We don't got time
It
to kill
appears that
everybody.
Cassandra was
And their
tired of
mama.
dealing with her family, and her intentions were not only to kill her grandparents, but her mother as well. Had their plan been successful, Cassandra and Johnny would have murdered 7 people by the time they were done. Fortunately for their family, the only people that were murdered were Cassandra's grandparents.
Healthy habits never tasted this good. Dose is obsessed with your liver, and for good reason. Your liver health impacts your energy levels, digestion, and
Echo,
even brain
you having
function.
a nightmare?
Something this vital needs to be taken care of. That's why we created Dose for Your Liver, a daily wellness shot that
Echo.
cleanses the liver of unwanted elements and supports optimal liver function. Everything you consume has to be filtered through your liver. It turns nutrients into energy, removes harmful substances, it even breaks down fats and supports digestion. Over time,
Piranhas.
wear and tear on your liver can slow it down and impair its ability to perform these functions every day. And that's where we come in. Dose's clinically backed formula uses potent forms of ingredients like turmeric.
Get out of
milk
here,
thistle-
Ad.
What about you guys had a scale and stuff like that in the bag?
Mhm.
Was that Johnny's or yours?
It was
or-
Johnny's. The scale?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Johnny's.
Does he sell or
She's
just
like,
buy
I ain't
or
going
what?
down for no weed charges.
We were
I'm
just
only here for
using
murder.
them just to make sure no one was like,
Ripping you off?
yeah, ripping us off. Because sometimes like that's what people would do. Because yeah, we were smoking weed, so.
We don't care.
You're here for
Yeah, we
murder.
were
Nobody
smoking
cares
weed, and
about the
sometimes,
weed.
like our, do you know what a plug is, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I
know what a
didn't
plug is,
He
right?
thinks we're really old.
Yeah, we
no,
know
no,
what a
no.
plug
I
is.
didn't know if you guys do like that term.
They're
So yeah,
cops.
like sometimes like our plug would like short us, and we just wanted to make sure if like she ever did,
Oh, so you wanted to kill him too. You
Did
should've
she ever
killed the
short you
plug.
or no?
Only a couple times. I mean, the reason why she was shorting us was because she was gonna get me a phone.
What's window pane?
So every time like we would buy from her,
Window pane is the wood on the edge of
she
your
would put in
windows.
money to get me a phone.
What kind of connect was she that she could get you a phone too? She work at a phone store?
No. She's just this old lady.
An old lady?
Yeah, she's like this old 80-something-year-old lady. She sells drugs. She's crazy. I call her Mama Bear. She was almost like a mom to me. She's pretty cool.
Do you get, is it at that mobile home place you buy that dope from or no? Isn't there a mobile home?
That dope. You buy that dope from that
I don't
dang
know what it's
mobile
called.
home
I don't
place?
think it's the greatest area. Isn't there a mobile home off of Seaver? Or
She's going to prison. There is no.
Where does she live?
Every area is the greatest
lives
area
in
now.
She lives over in Swanee.
I forgot what it's called. What the area they call that?
Wait, is that the pink slime that Shane told me I had to kill?
But yeah, so. Oh, yeah.
Well, give us a second. You gotta use the bathroom or anything or no? Sure. Even eating at McDonald's?
Yeah, I'll go to the bathroom.
The detectives leave the room to regroup and go over any questions they may have missed. When they return, they want to know why Cassandra did what she did.
The thing is, we can basically piece together kind of what happens based on the evidence and stuff like that. But what we never can fully explain is why it happened or what happened. Like the reasons it happened.
Like why we did what we did?
Yeah.
I mean, the main reason why I did what I did was because I kind of just wanted to get away from my family.
How were you feeling? So that was your plan going into it. Killing Grandma and Grandpa would get you further away from your family.
Yeah.
When you were actually attacking Grandma, when you heard Johnny attacking Grandpa, you said you got a rush.
Yeah, I had like this like kind of like this rush where I was like, okay, like I'm ready to do this, like
I'm ready to die.
It's gonna happen. There's no going back.
So
it wasn't like a good rush. It was kind of just like okay, like
it's go time.
I gotta do this, like I gotta do what I gotta do.
No, I'm not gonna pretend I'm any expert in karate or anything like that. I got a cousin who's a Filipino world champion. he's pretty good at what he does in whatever art form he does it in. But I know a lot of it is kind of that controlled aggression.
Yeah.
Okay. No lie that this was a pretty violent attack on Grandma and Grandpa.
Yes.
Were you able to kind of control your aggression based on all your training over these years? Were you angry? Were you Were you sad when it was going on? What kind of walk me through what was going on in your head? I mean, was it like you said, the rush where it's go time, I just need to do what the came here to do?
Yeah.
Or was it like, them, they gave me curfew, they deserved it,
it was
let's
like,
get the shit going?
It's both.
Acid?
Both.
Honestly. Like, I mean, I stopped doing Kung Fu for a while just because, you know, my mind wasn't there, you know? I just...
Yeah, I bet.
All of my feelings were, and my emotions were all over the place, and I wasn't able to focus. So that really affected, you know, my Kung Fu. But when I was there, you know, like, I don't know, like, just all of my emotions kind of just, like, came out when it was happening. Like, I was just angry and I was sad, but I was heartbroken at the same time, you know? Because it was just like, you know, why did all of this stuff have to, you know, happen with my family, you know? Like, why did I have to deal with all this bullshit, you know? And it's just, I just kind of really got tired of it, and I couldn't handle it anymore. Like, I just kept exploding inside almost. Like, I wanted to just run away and just be by myself with someone, you know, and just start my life. Like, I was just tired of being...
And Grandma and Grandpa were your biggest hurdles?
Yeah. Just because, you know...
Is that how you saw them, as your biggest hurdles to being with Johnny?
No, they were my biggest hurdles because of probation.
Okay.
If I didn't get probation, like, I wouldn't be in this, like, I don't know, like, probation kind of really messed me up because, you know, I was going to get a job, you know, I was going to, like, start getting money, just, you know, starting my life, and then once I got probation, it kind of just, like, really messed up everything, you know, like, I had to be home at a certain time, and I couldn't do as much stuff as I, you know, used to do, and, you know, that really made me angry because, you know, I used to just be able to do whatever, you know, I wanted to, you know, like.
When you, during this whole week, kind of in between, you guys obviously took Grandma's credit card, you swiped it a bunch, right? Did you ever get denied when you were trying to swipe it?
No.
Okay.
We tried to take cash out, but then we found out it was a debit card.
Okay.
That's the only reason why we get denied.
You got $1,000 in cash. Did you spend it all, or do you have it all?
We spent it all.
Okay.
On food, money, weed.
And the money you were going to potentially get from Johnny's family was going to be what you were going to start new with?
Yeah.
Where were you going to go afterwards?
We were going to go, like, to Florida.
Okay. Anywhere in particular?
Everybody want to go to Florida. Miami.
Maybe like Pensacola, Panama City.
Who the hell wants to go to
you know, where we could just like escape.
Yeah.
Just somewhere where we could just kind of like escape reality.
Nobody trying to go to Pensacola.
Just
go to Tampa. Go to Miami.
For such a long time, which is
escape reality or kill Grandma and Grandpa?
Well, no, not kill them. Kind of just like escape from everything. You know, just start my life. You know, like I don't know, like just. I just wanted to move on from everything, just my family, you know, like, I couldn't be around them because just everything that, you know, we've all been through, you know, it's just so much betrayal and lies.
Did Johnny have a similar relationship with his family, or was his more of a beneficiary kind of thing? He wanted their money and...
Well, the way I saw their relationship was... his mom, you know, would get on him a lot, saying, you know, like, you're not doing anything with your life, and blah, blah, blah. When he had, like, he just got out of jail, he had 2 jobs, he was back in school, he was, you know, getting his shit together.
Right.
And then, you know, his mom kept saying, you know, like, you're just worthless, you know, you're not doing anything.
Kind of putting him down.
Yeah.
So it was more of a hostile relationship between them with that.
Cassandra claimed that no one was allowed at her grandparents' home after they were murdered, but the detectives have evidence that she threw multiple parties while her grandparents' bodies were locked in their rooms.
What the?
ゴジラが近づいています。アリアマルマルを持って我々は出航します。今度の戦いは死ぬための戦いじゃない。未来を生きるための戦いなんです。
No problem, man. I mean, as you
To kill his family.
Crap.
So that's like, we stayed in town for a couple days because, you know, we wanted to get some money, we wanted to get ready to leave, and then that planned.
You guys talking much about this?
A real good relationship with him. Like, you know, before we did, but then, I don't know, like, I wasn't.
Cassandra claimed that no one was allowed at her grandparents' home after they were murdered, but the detectives have evidence that she threw multiple parties while her grandparents' bodies were locked in their rooms.
We got a problem, man. I mean, as you know, I'm a cool dude. So is she.
What's the
okay?
problem?
I've been
She
doing
just
this
admitted to murder. I mean,
longer than you've been alive. Okay, I'm a no bullshitter. I don't know what those DA investigators. I don't know what type of, you know, how many times they talked you or that. We're different in that aspect. Okay, I'm cool as shit with you. If you're cool as shit with me. But once lying and stuff like that starts, I have a problem. I believe that there were people at that house, okay?
If it was probably only Sunshine.
I mean, I just want no if or anything like that. Unfortunately, you're in this, okay? There's no, you know, there's no saving face right now, you know?
So a lot of this was on the news.
You're in there like swimwear.
Okay. So he's been getting phone calls about you inviting people over to your house. Okay? So who was there?
The only person who I can think of would be Sunshine and her boyfriend.
Okay, so Sunshine has a boyfriend. What's Sunshine's boyfriend's name?
Alex Peterson.
Alex Pearson?
Peterson, yeah.
Peterson. White dude, black dude?
White.
How old is he?
His name's Jason Peterson.
20.
I don't think he's black.
Where's he stay at?
Like right down the road from me.
Golf receiver?
Yeah.
Now, again, you're saying you think they showed up. I mean, you have to, is that video from during that time frame, do you know?
It might have been, I don't know.
I mean, you remember pretty good details. I don't see how you forget this.
Is your grandma gonna let, real talk, is your grandma gonna let Johnny,
real talk,
Alex, and Sunshine over at her house?
No, she didn't even know about them.
Okay.
I mean, she knew about Johnny, but she didn't know about...
So for all these people to be inside your house, we're gonna both have to assume that it was after you guys killed your grandparents.
Well, I'll be straight up, dude. We heard about a conversation that
Why is
took
this
place
like
inside there where someone was bitching about the smell. And Johnny's like, no, dude, it's just sewage. There's a sewage problem upstairs. Is this not?
That never came up.
Now, that could be rumors. You know, when kids talk, rumors.
That never was a conversation that came up. The only people who came over to the house was Sunshine and Alex.
So they did come over to the house after you killed your grandparents?
Yeah, I mean, all of it was like one big rush. You know, I don't remember what day they came over. But
I'm not asking for a day. I'm just asking for in 7 days after you guys killed your grandparents and before you went to go attack Johnny's family.
Yeah.
Sunshine and Alex were at your house.
Yes.
What did you guys do?
We just smoked some weed.
Okay. Did you order food?
We played with our...
If we got hungry, we would have left and got
We played with the corpses.
But the conversation with the smell and the sewage, that...
Well, just don't hang up on that. That's just rumors. People in high school talk a lot of crap, and that's just rumors that I heard. I knew somebody...
What are you in high
I've
school?
seen
What are you getting
videos and
rumors
things
from?
like that, and I pretty much knew somebody was in that house. Why would you protect them and not tell me about it?
What am I doing? Why don't I just drop down
Let me
this
ask you a
big
question.
long hole?
You killed Grandma and Grandpa with Johnny. Johnny, you said, glues and what we know to be caulks the doors. Was that immediately after, or was that before people came over?
That was before people came over.
Okay, so...
I even poured bleach on them before he did that to the door.
You poured bleach on Grandma and Grandpa?
Yeah.
And you left one of the bleach bottles in the bathroom next to Grandma?
Yeah.
Why did you pour bleach on them?
Johnny
Make
told
it
me
smell
to.
better?
For the smell? Okay. So, when did you pour the bleach on them?
It was like a couple days after. Like, it was like before we left the house to go chill with some friends. Like, we did it before anyone came over to the house.
Okay. So you kill Grandma and Grandpa, you basically grab all your shit and put it downstairs. Did that happen the same day?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you're chilling downstairs with Johnny. You end up, we're like, let's have some people over. Johnny tells you to pour bleach on them.
Yeah.
You pour bleach on them.
Did you fight the boss
Or
yet?
did you
Yeah.
get Grandpa's bleach bottle?
Yeah, I fought the Eye of Cthulhu and he killed me. And I barely even hurt him. I have one more Eye of Cthulhu though, so I can try it again, but I'm gonna watch. I want to get stronger and I'm gonna watch a video. Where's this bee boss at? Eye of Cthulhu wrecked me. So how are you going? How long has this been on for? The stream has been on for almost 4 hours. We're going to be stopping here in a little bit, about 30 minutes or so. Because I got things to do. How long have I been playing this game? Just like a week. I've still not even killed one boss yet. I was just talking about how Cthulhu killed me. And this video is almost over.
Well, he used the same bleach bottle.
Okay, so you bleach Grandpa first?
Yeah.
Then you bleach Grandma.
You bleach
and then
Grandma?
You throw the bottle in the trash can. It's in the bathroom.
I don't remember saying that.
It's like, alright, let me... It's
Yeah.
more like a Windex bottle than it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna be ending soon. I've been going all night.
It's like a tub of bleach. Okay. And then
Sorry.
Johnny cocks the doors?
Yes.
After you...
But hey, you can subscribe and you can like and hit the bell, and then you can jump on here next time I'm streaming. I do these little gaming streams somewhat frequently, a couple times a week. We just game and we watch videos. Tonight we're watching some human experiments and murder and yep. Some nights it's different, you know. Okay, I finally got to the bottom of this hole. Whoa, there's a house already made. What the? Let me light the fire. Yo, there's already a made house in here. What you got for me? Potions? Oh, the potions. Extractinator. Placing silt, slush, fossil piles into extractinator turns them into something more useful. Strange growth can be placed. Oh, did I just take that picture off the wall? Hermes boots. Am I that fast? How do you use them? I don't feel that much faster. I really don't feel that much faster. It's almost like they want me to complete this little house, but I really don't care about this little house. No way you got Hermes boots? How long you been actually playing? That's impossible, bro. I paid for like 3 days once and couldn't find it until I just mined to the hill. Mud flood house. I've been playing this game for like a week. But they don't even make me run that fast. I thought these were the boots that made me fly. When do I get the flying boots? I don't know. They don't seem very fast. Maybe I need to get like run for a minute.
You bleach them several days
boom.
after you kill them.
Yes.
And that was because it smelled and you were having people over.
We weren't intending.
These boots are made for running, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna run all over you. Start running, boots. I don't feel much faster, though. Let's see. We got some watery stuff over here. Oh.
Didn't have any people over. We only had Sunshine Alex come over just that one day because we were like, you know, it was only a couple days after, so we thought it was gonna be okay. Like, it didn't smell in the house.
Do they know that your grandparents were upstairs?
No.
They have no idea.
Don't you have to go to like one of the sky lands for that? I think you have to go to Sky Island for the flying shoes. If you run in a straight line, it actually makes it grow faster or longer you yeah, that's what I thought. The boots, the longer you run, the faster you go. Problem is I'm in a cave and I can't get a good run going on. So I'll have to go test them out up top. Have to go test them out up top. Uh-oh. There's resources. I need to do something about this water issue. Emeralds. Emeralds and silver. Silver bells, hear them ring, ring-a-ding. It's Christmas time in the city. Oh, nice. I'm not gonna drown. I'm not gonna drown, I promise. Okay, I think I got all the silver. Oh, there's more stuff down here. Let's keep the water away. Let's keep the water away. Marble? I've never found marble before. It's just another type of block though, huh? Takes forever to mine through marble. I find it refreshing how complete strangers can be so helpful. If I were also you, once you get the chest looked after and you can like go for the chest, I would try to get enough keys so that you can go for most of the chest ones. I find the infinite flowing. I'm not sure what keys you're talking about or anything. I'm a noob at this game. I haven't even found a key yet. I didn't know you needed a key to open the chest. Like, what is marble? Do I even want marble? Can I do anything cool with marble? There's a lot of marble here. Lots of marble. It's dark down here. Whoa. What is this place? Lots of torches. I have a feeling something scary is gonna jump out at me in this place. Stone, stone, stone. Hit the freaking slime. Oh my god. Making cakes for Hake's birthday. Easy bake oven. Can you start a timer for like 10 seconds? Pretty cake in there, but I don't know how much time I really have left on it. Of course, I mean my oven. Set the timer for 10 seconds. 10.
No idea.
They had no idea. I told them that they were on
8,
vacation.
Did they go upstairs?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, time's up.
Is it all?
No.
How long did they stay there for?
Just for like a few hours. They came really late at night.
Who else came over?
It was just Sunshine and
You
Alex.
said we only thought Sunshine and Alex were coming.
It was just them. No one else came to the house.
What the detectives find interesting is how easily Cassandra was able to lie about having
About
people
killing-
over.
Right.
It wasn't until
But
they
she
showed her
wouldn't lie.
evidence that she was lying that she finally
Yeah, she lied about having friends over, but she just openly admits to killing her grandma and her grandpa. Like it's nothing.
told the truth. If lying is that easy for Cassandra, what else is she lying about? As I
she
stated
admitted
before,
to killing them.
the police would eventually find out that Cassandra was the mastermind behind the murders, and if she had it her way, there would have been 7 bodies instead of 2.
Okay, let me ask you this then. You literally have showed no emotion towards your grandparents, and I don't have a problem. Like, I don't know the life that you were having, and I guess I can kind of understand that you wanted to sever that part of your life and start over again, okay? But why are you showing emotion with when I brought up Sunshine? What the hell is this chick? You know what I'm saying?
She's just a close friend. She was there most of the time when I was going through the stuff with my parents. So she's really close.
Demons throughout the very bottom of the map. When you're mining for a long enough time, once you get to the very bottom, you can actually get some of the keys from killing the hell. So you go to hell and you get keys for killing the bad guys. Marble actually doesn't do anything for like half the game. How much purpose it can make it cool house, but otherwise it's useless. Okay, so we don't need marble.
To me, not as close as Izzy though. Like,
Did Izzy come over?
no.
Does she know what happened?
Oh, we're finally about
Did you
to
tell anyone what
find
happened? Not a person?
No one knew. I told everyone that my grandparents left on vacation.
What a
Why
weird
were
thing
you
to
even
get
telling
emotional.
people that your grandparents left? To let them come over?
Because my grandma kept texting everyone saying to look out for me.
What do you mean?
To see where I was. Because, you know, after she kicked me out, she started texting all of my friends and everyone saying, look out for Cassie, you know, tell her to come home. And then I told people I went home, and then I told them that they weren't home. They left a note and the key saying that they were going on vacation for 2 weeks.
Did you text anyone on Grandma's phone?
Yes,
Pretending to be Grandma?
yes,
Who did you text?
just Sylvia.
Okay. And who's that to you?
She's a family member in California.
Okay. So you texted Sylvia. What did you say to Sylvia?
She kept asking, is everything okay? Because she just started freaking out, like, that my grandma wasn't texting her, and so I started texting her saying everything's fine.
Where'd you take Grandma's phone from? Was it on her nightstand? Was it
Yeah.
in her purse?
It was on her nightstand.
Okay. Did you take it before or after you hit her with the tire iron?
It was like in the middle.
In the middle? So she couldn't call 911?
Yeah. You know, we made sure that they couldn't call 911.
What do I drop? I gotta drop something.
No one else came to the house?
I gotta drop something.
Cassandra
No one
and
has
Johnny
ever
would
dug
both
deeper
be
than 8
charged
miles.
with 2 counts of murder. The family decided they did not want to go through the trial
I know, they started
process
finding
and relive
steel.
those terrible
They started
moments.
finding hell.
So prosecution offered them a deal. In exchange for their guilty plea, they would both be sentenced to life in prison with parole
Told you
after
she was
60
doing life.
years.
This weird new tool is quickly
she
becoming
doing
the
life.
most popular Christmas gift of 2023. It twists and bends to fasten screws from any angle, and in the tight places where other tools can't reach. My wife got me one, and at first, I thought
I would love to hear your thoughts on this case. Who do you think was the mastermind? Was it Johnny or Cassandra?
I'm gonna stick these in your bag, okay? Okay, for all that stuff we did to you with your prints, and they took the swab and all that stuff, I just can't take it. I gotta get a search warrant, okay? You understand?
What do you mean?
I did it, but what I'm saying is I had to get a search warrant to do that. I can't just take
Yeah.
those items. This is a search warrant that I got to take those items, to take your fingerprints, the swab, and she took some pictures, right?
I'm telling her after
Okay.
she already
So I'm
did
gonna
it.
stick this in here, you can read it. And as for the incident that happened at Johnny's place, you're charged with 2 counts of ag assault, and so is Johnny because of what happened there, okay? And obviously with your grandparents now, you're being charged with, what should I give you?
Murder.
Yeah, these two, I'll serve. I gave you two more. Anyways, you're being charged of malice murder for your grandmother and then malice murder for your grandfather. Okay? And there's just the two warrants on there. Like I told you, I'm a straight shooter and I'm just letting you know about that, okay? And obviously you know my name. If you want to talk later on down the road or whatnot, you're more than welcome to call me, okay? My information's in here. So, okay? Officer Duty now is going to transport you to the jail, so...
Is there someone who can rob this better?
We can probably get that done by the nurse.
They have nurses at the jail. I hate to make you hurt even worse. If you can just, the jail's literally right around the block. It'll take 2 seconds and then they can... Okay.
Which way?
I'm gonna go right over here.
Wow. Murder for money. Actually, this story actually reminds me of someone close to where I live. The murderer in our ear, so mean. Yeah, the cops haven't given us any information. You got a murderer on the loose? They murdered a guy. I'm going to get down to this blue area, and then I'm going to actually go up top. Anything good in here? Alright, we'll come check it out later. For now, I'm gonna go home. Whoa! Yo, look how fast I am. Turbo time. Woo. Wait, get the star. I can't get the star. My inventory's full. Okay, I'm going to empty my inventory. Emptying the inventory. I finally got some rubies. Finally got some rubies. Ruby, emerald. Oh my god. Close the door, Dylan. I still don't have a bed, I still don't have a loom, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do to get them. I just keep ores on me because I end up getting them anyway. Bottles. Okay. Sure you can. Go here. Wedding bale. Tin bars, ropes, bombs. little gel. I'm gelling like Magellan. Gel. Potion. Consumable. Might as well drink a thing of eggnog right now. Eggnog here. Fine here. Night owl potion allows you to see in the dark. Marble block, sand block. Tungsten bar, tin bar. Sand, we're gonna get more of it. Ores, we're gonna get more of it. Bomb. This will hang up on the wall. Ah, the zombies got in. Oh god. What does that sound? Oh, they're trying to get in the door. Okay. Anyway, before I was rudely interrupted, I was trying to hang up my banner. Raincoat zombie banner. Quest items over here. Bottles in here. Wood sticks. Rope. Which one of these chests has rope in it? Which one of these chests has rope? Rope is right there. Emeralds. 22 emeralds. Clay blocks. Something like that. Something like that will do. Alright. Man, they all drop glow sticks. Alright, guys. I did not successfully kill the Eye of Cthulhu. I'm gonna have to adjust my battle arena over here. Make it better next time and watch a video to learn how to defeat the Eye of Cthulhu. But for tonight, I'm gonna head out, guys. It's late. I got things to do. And you can actually have a chance of going back down to there's gonna be murder for money. There's gonna be a robot animatronic ones of the ones that you're already trying to kill. So like the skeleton, the Eye of Cthulhu. But once you're done killing all of them, then you actually have a chance of going back down to Mushroom area where you're at right now, and you'll find a little blue worm. When you're done getting him, get him with a little bug catcher or something like that, and yeah, you'll have this blue little thing, and then you can go fishing at the very side of the world. If I do another boss, but the boss has some good items, trust me. Okay. All right. Well, first things first, I need to get a loom and a bed. My house isn't even really a house because I still don't have a bed. I need to get a loom and a bed. And I need to figure out, because my friend plays this game and he had a merchant and a bed like real fast. I still don't have a bed or a merchant. And I don't know what. He said I need to get a loom. I don't know how to get a loom. But I want to kill Eye of Cthulhu. I got one more eye to summon him. And I need to get a bed. And then I'll build onto my house. And make a trapdoor with a tunneling passage under my house. Eventually. But that's the plan. I'm going to head out, guys. God bless everybody. Have a good night. Tomorrow's Friday. Maybe we'll do another little gaming stream tomorrow. And I don't even know if there's any UFC fights this Saturday. But if there are UFC fights, I'll be streaming during those on Saturday. Maybe do another gaming stream tomorrow. Definitely be here Monday night for the Dreaded Conservative show. 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Dreaded Conservative show Monday night. It's the Christmas show. The Christmas show is coming up on Monday, so we're not going to do any news. Well, we might do a little news, but we're not going to do a lot of news. We're just going to do some hanging out and learning why Christmas is not pagan and all the origins of Santa Claus, the Christmas tree, everything. Why it's not pagan. It's a Christian holiday, not a pagan holiday. That's a lie from Christian haters. So we'll talk about that on Monday. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about Kwanzaa and why it's fake. Maybe we'll if anybody wants to call in Discord and say how their Christmas went. Well, we're just gonna have a Christmas chill show on Monday. But I'll see you guys then. I'm gonna head out. God bless. Good night. Peace.